see if they selected it. I'm so excited. URL. Let me write this in my Instagram. How are you? Hello. Balls. Ping. Oh my God. Ping's here, guys. Play it cool. Play it cool. Play it cool. How are you guys? I miss you. I'm just doing my Instagram because I was rushing because I felt icky and I feel better now. By night 2. Guys, last full week before Japan. And my last week of full streams as a 29-year-old. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my God. I miss you, babe. I miss your. Thank you, Lexi, for 1 whole year. Oh my God. Thank you, Pookie. And thank you, Brandy, for 21. Yippee. Blip, blip, blip. I'm keen to see where it goes. I know, exactly, Freedom. So let me tell you these names that I submitted. I made sure to screenshot it. So this is what I said. So maybe some of you will remember this. I'll keep it in my other tab so we can see. So for camera woman, I suggested Fran Crumpet. For creepy coworker, I said Hank. For ghost hunter show host, I suggested Sean Knuckle. For graveyard keeper, this is my favorite. I suggested Doug Digg, obviously. Life coach, I suggested Miranda Flurp. For mechanic, because of my stepdad, I suggested good old Pete, because Pete was a mechanic. So I was like, okay, that would be so good if he gets selected, because then he'd be in a game. That's really cool. Old lady, I did Joyce Berry. Store owner, I'd said Carol Craig Gregg. I don't know. And tour guide, I suggested Mia Meeps. In the demo, I think half of my names, like a name was half, like they grabbed, I think, Meeps from memory. So let's see. I'm going to keep it in my thing and see if any of those are selected. Because he responded to me and he said, thanks for these great suggestions. So it'll be funny. I'm really hoping Pete gets selected. But I know it's not a big deal. But I really, really hope. I wonder if I can select... No. You know what? Would you prefer... I don't think all of you saw the demo for this, right? Should I just start from the start? Or should I start from... I don't know. Maybe we should start from the start. I don't think we got that far in, to be honest. Emily, hello. Anthony Gooley, baby. How was your birthday? Burrito, hello. Oh my God. No. You got this. You got this, baby. Wait, Athanatos. I think I said that right. Sorry. Thank you for the watch streak. Morning, girl. Hi, Georgie. Hi, Dill. I'm so excited. Guys, if you don't know, my grandfather games is an indie dev. And he is honestly my favorite indie developer of all time. No, but it's okay. Fuck, I suck. Athanatos. You know what? Good to see ya. Other than Fen, no. Mickey, I'm so excited. And then we're doing Arc Trials with Chris, but I'm very excited. Open wide. But yeah, so guys, last full week before Japan. Oh my God. Next week's a bit weird because I'm getting treated and surprised for my 30th. So I'm being taken away for the weekend, a long weekend, which obviously is so fucking lovely. But obviously I feel bad because it's, you know, but I got to remember that I'm never going to have a 30th again and that this month is going to be a short one, but it's like, you'll never do this again. So I just got to let go. The bad hangovers happen. But yeah, so this is our last full week and then I'll be streaming a couple of days next week and then I'll be in Japan the following week. But I'm going to be trying to stream as much as I can while I'm over in Japan. But I know what you're thinking, Carla, enjoy your holiday. Yes, I know. I promise I will. But it'll make me feel better if I can just pop on for a couple of hours here and there to show you what I've gotten. Because really, I'm just focusing on stuff that I can open on stream with you guys. I remember when I was 30. Girl, when you live like you'll never have the same day. I know, yeah. Because I never do anything this big for my birthday. I don't know where we're going. It's a surprise. But I can't wait to update you on everything. I think it's going to be really exciting to be like, this is what happened. So it'll be cool to update you on that. Of course, I'm really nervous. Because I'm having so much time off and I'm stressed. But it's okay. It's fine. We'll get through it. Also, I don't know if public is here. And I want to say this in the nicest way because I don't want them to feel called out, but I don't think they're here. So I'm just going to give them a little shout out because what the fuck. I was checking my emails yesterday and I think they've done this before. I'm not too sure if it's them, but I got an offline throne thing. And like, it's already sweet enough that someone wants to do that for me. But to do it while I'm off stream is just kind of like mind-blowing. Also, yeah, I don't know. People have been doing some offline things lately and it's so fucking kind. And I'm only saying it because if they watch the VOD, I want you to know how grateful I am. I will yell at them when I see them. But if I don't see them in chat, thank you so much. Like, that's crazy. I really appreciate it. Hi, Axel. How are you? I can't believe we have so many besties in chat today. It feels like I'm so excited to see so many names today. I really know we're all busy and we're all doing our thing. But just so you know, it means so much to me to see you in chat. It really does. I was really excited for this week. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm seeing Mum bright and early in the morning, but I should be on at a normal time. I don't think I want to do ARC trials tomorrow. And then the day after we have friend slop. The day after nothing, and the day after that is granny day. So we have a big week this week. Throwing my hat name in the ring. No, seriously. Hi, Caitlin. Hi, Jules. Charlie. Hi, B. So yeah, we're going to be doing this. So if a name sounds familiar that I read out earlier, let me know. Because I really hope some of my names are picked. But like, you know, I don't expect it to be. But like, that's really cool. So yeah. A Diamond Seiko's booking my car in for tires. What the hell? I'm proud of you for booking, babes. Ballsy balls. Should pin it. Oh, true. Should we pin it, guys? Should I pin the names? Thoughts? We could even do a prediction. Do you want to do a prediction? My actual born day is the 10th of Feb. Let me put this in here. Let me copy and paste this. Sorry, let me copy and paste. 10th of Feb is my actual born day. We are doing my birthday stream on the 11th of the US though. My 12th. Wait, technically M it is. Oh my god, how cute. Love. Since the night. Oh yeah, you're right. Guys, do you want to do a prediction on how many is used or should we just not? Let me pin. Names I submitted. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it does. It's a bit skewed, but you get the idea. Oh my god, happy birthday to your dad, Nona. Cute. Do you want a gamba, guys, or do you just want to, like, start? A gamba on how many is chosen from the dev? Honestly, like, duh. Okay. And by the way, when I say chosen, it doesn't matter if he, like, it counts if they pick half of it. So say if, like, Flurp was picked but not Miranda, that still counts as a name picked, okay? Start prediction. Okay. How many names get chosen? 0. We'll do 1. We'll do 1 to 2. 3 to 4. 5 plus. Alright, let's do a quick 5-minute gamba. Mia Meepers. I want to see Mia Meep so bad. I know. I want to see Pete and Mia Meep so bad, I think. Yippee! Okay, cool. Oh shit, I should probably plan. Oh, I can do it next week. Or maybe this week. I should plan my birthday stream this week so that when I'm back, I can just dive into it. We gotta see Pete. Maybe I'll do like a 2-day thing since it's or technically it's my last 2 days before Japan. So I could make them pretty big. That's what she said. Hi Talia, how are you, doll? Dally, yippee! Thank you for the Thank you for 13. Let me at the Discord.
Darlis aimed
5
just subscribed.
Gamba up.
You up.
Thank you, Dally, for 13. What the hell? I really appreciate that. Thank you. More like Dale. Thank you so much. You are my go. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for all the resubs, guys. And thank you for the lurks too. We are doing so well, Talia. I'm just really excited for this this game because we played the demo, which is great, but we really wanted to know how it ended. So the full thing's been out for I think a few weeks. Hi Noah, how are you? Faithy, 45 stream streak already. That's impressive. Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel like I had goss for you, but I forget the goss. The one thing I will say is, in Western Sydney, particularly Penrith, any Aussies will know what I'm talking about. There is a man-made beach. It's called Penrith Beach, man-made, and you're like, okay, cool. This is gonna be shit. It was actually really good. So the beach overlooked mountains, really. So it's not a normal beach. It's a lake, but they put sand down and like umbrellas and stuff. But like it's actually really gorgeous because it's in a paddock. It's in a random paddock, and it's surrounded by like mountains and just scenery. It was actually really pretty. I was very skeptical. I was like, this is gonna be ass, but it was actually really lovely. Wait, 65? Oh my god. Okay, Girth. Hell yeah. I really bloody appreciate it. It's amazing. Repo headliners, cheese rolling. Yeah, love. We should do cheese rolling as a community. You're telling me a man made this beach? That's what I'm saying. What the hell? What the hell? Guys, who put 10 on 5+? I feel like that's something what Tammy would do. Yeah, no, it was actually really, really beautiful. I gotta show you pics. It was actually really, really nice. Yeah. No, cheese rolling is actually so much fun. Oh wait, what's this? Small portion of players have been encountering issues interacting with boxes in the party room and interacting with dumpster during the camera dumpster scene. Please use the scene select to the main menu if you encounter this issue to bypass the problematic interaction. Oh, I nearly spilt my rebel. Miami loves me. All right, I'm gonna start, guys. Betting 5+. I'm gonna start. I'm ready. Great. Puffin! Wow, wow, wee, wow. Wait, hold. Oh, Shadow Moon, hello. How are you? Thank you so much. Let me play some music. Thank you, Puffin, for 13. What the hell? And thank you, Ghoul. That's my goat. And App, hello. Hi, Bobby. Get your dinner. Get your dinner, baby. Hi, Ethan. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Ghoul. Thank you, Puffin. Guys, I appreciate you. Blah, blah, blah. Reminder, we do have a prediction going on. So if you wanna predict right now, get in the last couple of seconds right now. We are predicting whether or not how many of my suggestions are getting placed into the game. I know, exactly. No, Puffin, I am. That's why I'm feeling, guys, this is me. Oh my god, I'm excited for Japan. Oh, I'm not. I'm sad. I'm not gonna see them for. Oh, I'm excited for Japan. Oh, like I get really cut when it's time for a holiday. I get really, really cut. Hi, Talk. Hi, Connie. How are you? Ethan, hope you're well too. Thanks, Shadow. My goat. Alori, hello. I always worry about you because I love you. Sue me. Crush, thank you so much. 6 months in advance. Happy 1 year. Thank you. Thank you for 1 year, babes. I appreciate you. You didn't do 6 months in advance again, right? You're just talking about this one? Let me know so I can thank you appropriately if you did that. But thank you so much for a year regardless. I appreciate it. I will sue if you spend your fun Japan holiday worrying. You're right. I won't worry. I'll just worry prior, okay? I promise. I'm good, guys. Thank you for asking. I'm just excited for today. I'm excited for this week, actually. It's a big week. Today and tomorrow I'm starting, I guess my normal time, just a bit later than usual, but the other 3 will be early and long. And that's what she said. Maybe I do it each time. Well, maybe you're too nice to me. Ever think about that? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it, doll? Oh, I'll probably cry, maybe. Once you get there, all the pals, all the worries will melt away. My favorite part about being with pals, and I do this every time, is I just spam. I spam the socials. My heart is full. I naturally make heaps of content. It's so much fun. I haven't got it yet, but I held the camera that I wanted to get that you guys were so lovely and pushing me to get, and it actually is so good. I was holding it and it's light as hell and so discreet, and the way it moves the camera is so smooth. Like this vlog, guys, this vlog is gonna make you just shit pant. Wait, how do we gamble the names? So basically we're gambling how many are chosen. These are what I've suggested, and we're seeing if he's put any into the game. The Osmo, yeah. Oh, it's so good, Ghoul. I was like, damn. And I sit and watch because it also fills my cup. Thanks. No, it's really cool. I'm so excited for the vlog, guys. I'm aiming to, and using my phone too. I'm aiming to honestly give you as many vlogs as I can. I'm trying to stop myself from editing over there and just doing it when I'm home so you can get like actual 2K footage. But then I'm also tempted to upload it as I go over there, but I know I probably shouldn't. But yeah. Oh my god, Crash, it's amazing. I love a good upgrade. I will, Nasty. I will. I know, I shouldn't edit. I always do, but I should just leave the laptop at home. And then when I'm home, I can just actually edit it exactly how I want, which will be exciting. So I'm also taking a film camera, and I'm tempted, if I see anything around in the area, I want to get my film developed while I'm over there. But also I know it'll be exciting to get it when I'm home. I just don't want the X-ray machines to ruin it. But I think I should be good if I put it in my carry-on. Not my checked. Puffin, it has to be good old Pete. It has to be. Aaron, thank you so much as well. My goat. Thank you. Sailor. Bestie. Thank you. 14. Puffin, thank you. Guys, thank you. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. Put your ass away, child. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't. And it'll also make my carry-on much lighter as well. Because you wouldn't think it, but it just adds up when you have a laptop in the back. So I'm going to have like my camera, probably a book or 3. And it just, yeah, it would be good not to have it. But I'll have like a good 7 hours before I see my friends. Because I'm landing at 5 a.m. So I'm going to try and get some solo exploring / vlogging in beforehand. Oh, Puffin. Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's very valid you said that. Hi, Stain, how are you? Ugh. A book or 3. Fuck, 2 books. I mean, all the books. Vacation time is ho time. You're right. Thank you, Zayla, again. Thank you, everyone. You're amazing. Let's hit it. I think I bugged it because I waited for so long, so there's no audio. Gravy? What the hell? There's no audio. I think I fucked up. Brett! I love Brett so much. Brett's my goat. Look at the garlic. Thank you, Gravy. You're the best. Thank you. You're so great. Thank you for 56. That is mental. I'll fuck 2 books. Wait, John, come on then. Go on then, don't be a little push. Sorry, this is crazy. There's no audio. I'm guessing it will I love the graphics are my favorite. I think it will reset now, right? There we go. Objective text. Hello? What is that? I don't remember how this game started, to be honest. Is this right? Drip, drip, drip. Oh, E. Can I open this then? What the hell? Why is a bat here? Okay, where is he? Hello? Is it freezing? Make the bat go away. I think the game's frozen. Margot Goodman. Do I have anything there? I don't think so. Let me check. Margot Goodman. I don't think I did Margot Goodman. You're supposed to be working, not just standing around. Sorry, there was just a bat that flew into the diner and I was trying to... What bat? Great. Must have flown off. Hey, if you don't smarten up, you're going to end up like the last guy. Great. Great. I'm sorry, I was just... Ha ha ha. I'm just giving you a hard time. Welcome to the... Luckin Diner. Yeah, Josh, one moment, babe. Home of the Luckin Good Burger. Luckin Hungry, look no further. Luckin? Am I right? Luckin Good Burger, Luckin Hungry, look no further. I'm glad you and your weird friend could join our happy family. We're just about to open for the night rush, so cover some of the basics. You're going to be working front of house, which means taking orders, making drinks, and serving food. Lookin? Luckin like fucking? Maybe it's lookin? True. Hello, Eva, baby.
Yippee!
Yippee! Let's do a trial run before the customers show up. Come over to me and take my order and I'll guide you from here. Okay. I have a lollipop.
Oh, yeah.
They Canadian. Guys, what the fuck is this? I don't remember her looking like this in the demo. The way customers will feel welcome, let me run through a few. You're looking hungry. Golly geez. Oh wait, he is Canadian, I think. Try something with cheese. Feeling hungry? Well, you came looking at the right place. Maybe it is looking. Grace, don't look at me. Please look at me. Looking lonely. Look no further. Looking fries. The cool guys that are freshly fried. Okay. Hot dog looking for homes. Yeah, hot dogs looking for tummies. What the hell? You have to use one of these catchphrases when greeting a customer.
Oh, yeah?
I wrote them myself, and I write your checks. I thought that said cheeks, guys. So give it a try.
Ooh.
I'm opening a door from this far away, guys. Most of the customers are regular and love hearing greetings, so mix it up a bit.
Team.
I'll take a glass of water and some french fries. When you take an order, if your hands are free, the note should appear in them. Otherwise, they'll appear on the counter besides the cash register.
Yippee!
Yippee! Oh, but guys, I already say yippee as a catchphrase. Maybe he stole it from us. I'm joking. That's the look and magic. Now take the order sheet and place it on the counter that connects to the kitchen. There should be a glowing orb that indicates where to place it.
Woo!
Oh my god, why is she looking? Girl. Girl. The bend. Hey, girl. That's crazy. Okay. So we need to get water. How do I pick it up? Or place ticket, order window. Okay. Oh, sorry. Do I not have the ticket? Wait, am I going crazy? Is this the ticket? I have a lollipop in my hand. I'm pressing E, it's not working. Press E to interact with things. Do you know where? Don't, girl. How do I drop this lollipop? I don't think I should have it in my hand. Ah, there we go. Nice.
Yippee!
Yippee! I love this developer. It's so cursed every time. Most things are labeled out here, but oh my god, who's here? Why did she say it? Why is she worried? I'm scared. This game shouldn't be as scary as it is. Okay. Give the customer water. Do we just fill it at the oh. Oh, just straight from the tap. Okay. No? Did I not fill it up? Guys, I'm confused. Did I not? It might be bugged. I don't know. I just dropped it. I'm gonna try again. I'm scared. Shablam. Girl, what do I do? I'm confused. Give the customer water. Blue is for milk. Oh. You're so right. You're so right. Guys, what would I do without you? That's someone right there.
Amazing.
Now the food should be... Oh, she's getting it. Oh, she's getting it. Beautiful. Okay. Here's some fries. Okay. That's the gist of working the front. If you ever get lost, I wrote some messages on the whiteboard to help guide you. Thank you. The only other thing I should note is sometimes we get takeout orders and the phone orders. The only main difference is people wanting takeout will come directly up to the counter, and phone orders will come through the phone but will pick up at the front counter beside the cash register. Okay. I make the same noise, I know. Hi, Nate. Pookie. How are you? I got a phone order. Okay. Good luck. Thank you so much. Hello? What the hell did you just say to me? Sorry about that. Can I take your order? Can I get a soda, one looking good burger, and fries for pickup? Sure, we'll start cooking it right away. Sounds great. Delivery, I should be on the way to pick it up. Okay, delivery guy. Yes. I'm ready to blah, blah, blah. He wanted a soda, I think. Give the customer pop. Cute. There's Mikey Dean. Guys, look, it's Mikey Dean. Hi, Flower. Thank you, Ghoul. I'll snooze the first one. Hey, it's Mikey Dean, the delivery king. You look a little confused, buddy, with your job. Kind of like you need someone to explain things to you a bit. Yeah, it's my first day, so I'm still figuring things out. Lots to manage with the order taking and drinks and food. Yeah, I'm sure some sucker will help you. I'm here just for the food, so I'll be taking it now. Try not to stare too hard as I leave. Who does the guy think he is? Don't mind him. He's always a little rude picking up orders. Good job. Looks like another customer is coming. Wait for them to sit and take the order. Yay! Hi, Abby. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, girl. Guys, I want new characters. I want to see if we were chosen. I'm addicted. Hello. Hi, Moxie. I'm hungry, sweetie. Wait, who was that? Peggy Timberland. I don't think that's one of ours, right? Can I get a single patty burger, fries, and a pot, please? Absolutely no garlic, though. No worries. None of it comes with garlic.
Ew.
Good, I hate that stuff. Practically allergic to it. Alright, I'll drop your order off and bring you the drink right away.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. We're doing it. We're doing it. Here you go. Is this the restaurant in Silent Hill? It's foggy as hell. Probably. Any money this has garlic on it.
Woo.
Good job with talking those orders. Oh. But doesn't get any smoother than that. I'm going to go help out in the kitchen. If you need anything, just scream. Alright. Where did I think the demo ended when we caught Vamp, I think? We have a new guy. Who's this guy? Oh. Oliver Malarkey. Is that a fat joke? Oh, sorry. What would you like to have? I'll take the usual. The usual? Yeah, my usual. What are you, new or something? Yeah, today is my first day. Oh, I thought you looked weird. What happened to the normal waiter? I've got no idea. What's your usual, sir? What the hell? Can I get a hot dog with everything and a coffee? Alright, coming right up. Sorry for the confusion. Okay, Oliver Malarkey's crazy. Malarkey. Coffee cup. Coffee. Sandhill wishes they could blah blah blah. I want to see Vamp. He's my favorite. Now I want a hot dog real bad. Most of the monsters there don't even have mouths. Real. Din voyeur. I'm gonna close this because I'm scared. Who's this? Guys, what if... Oh, I want new characters so bad. Who is this? Welcome. Cricket. I want coffee right now. Any food? Just coffee. Alright, coming right up. Please order it. Do I need to? It's just coffee, right? Malarkey, I hardly know ye.
Hey.
Excuse me. Can you come over here so I can talk to you? Sure thing.
Sigh.
Come close so only we can hear each other. Be careful with that one there. She has a nasty habit of taking things that aren't hers. Especially that nice tip jar. You don't have a tip jar. It's a pickle jar. That's smart. It would be empty anyways. Jeez, thanks for the heads up. Okay. Who's this? Is this the magician? Wasn't this the magician from the other games? This is my favorite. I really liked him. He was fun. You guys hiring magicians? I can do kids parties, get-togethers, and funerals. I don't think so. We have a party room, but it's been closed for a while, I think. I could take your order, though. Not even my magic could protect me from your rancid food. Sounds to me like your magic is not very good then. What? You're gonna regret not hiring me. I hope evil falls upon this place. Great. Guys, he's sliding out of the store. Now who's this? Tin voyeur. Guys, it's my dream to have my face stretched on a character in this game. I need this. That was the birthday one, Ethan, I think? Okay, we did not make this name, but look at that face. Oh my god. Does that make you feel happy to say that? Do you feel alive and well? Does it make you simply feel like a cog in a machine headed in the direction that you have no control over?
Hello.
Life coach extraordinaire. What? Wait, was the life coach on here? Okay, so Miranda Flurp wasn't chosen for the life coach. Alright? That's fine. Would you like to order something? What makes you happy in life? Now we're talking. You gotta live life on the edge. Anyways, I'll take one of your finest hot dogs and with everything on it. Don't cheap out. Anything to drink? Water, please. Okie dokie. I'll be right back with your drink. Remember, if a squirrel is right twice a day, then the nut doesn't feel the need to fall far from the tree. Words to live by. What the hell? Normally people have to pay for my advice, but you seem nice. You seem to need it, so you can have the one for free.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is Canadian. Hi, Nebula. How are you, doll? Thank you. Alright. Water. I love a good Canadian accent. Hi, Tammy. How are you? Hello, everybody. We're playing Bite Night 2. We did the demo. This is the full game. So we're seeing if our names got chosen. Fire. Great.
Hey. Thank you.
What the hell? Everything's all good, guys. Why do all our patrons look like sex dolls? Oh, I mean, why not? Why not? I think the demo... You're not insane. The demo was still this. I'm pretty sure, but I could be very wrong as well. Loki's at work. Yeah! Hope your work day's good. Oh, this is Brad. Sorry, we got off on the wrong foot. Would you like to order anything? Maybe I would. What's in it? What? I'm the waiter, so it's kind of my whole thing I have to do. You're not one of those freaks I have been hearing running around town lately, are you? I don't know what you're talking about. Who's that? Bossy, huh? I'll take a double-decker fries and a coffee. Don't mess it up, punk. Somebody should spit in that food.
Hey.
What did you just say? Oh, no. Nothing. I'll be right back with your stuff. Oh my god. I'm gonna get into a fight. Grace, that did not happen. What the hell? What the hell? He'll be into it real.
Hey.
Hey, this is crap. How'd you mess this up so badly? What's wrong with it?
You.
There's ketchup on my burger. I specifically asked for no ketchup. You never asked for no...
Hey.
What's going on here? Oh,
Oh
great.
my
Hi,
God.
Kyle. They messed up my order. No, I swear they ordered. Go into the kitchen for now and see if they need any help. I'll be right behind you. I'll come back there in a little bit and we can talk then. Great, guys. Great. Vamp! Don't run out. Oh my god, Vamp! Hi, I've missed you so much. Hey, Vamp, good to see you. How's working in the kitchen so far? Blur. That's good to hear. Glad to see the two friends talking. Let me introduce you to the other two co-workers. The young man in the chair is Timothy. It's Tinfoil's son. I forgot about that. He's a little young to be working here, but loves wrapping things with.
Tinfoil.
Right. That's right. Tinfoil. It's actually aluminum foil. Aluminium, I should say. But I don't have the heart to tell him. Anyway, his dad's not around much, so he helps out here wrapping to-go orders. He only says tinfoil, so he's not much to talk to. Oh, I got a friend like that. Oh, you can actually understand him? You say that he says that we need more garlic and milk in the kitchen? Good to know. I'll get you guys to get that in a little bit. Anyways, gentleman in the purple shirt is your co-worker, Bobbert Simon. He helps out in the kitchen mostly. Hey. All good, Ray. Wait, Lexi, huh? I want their number. Nice to meet all of you. Can you and Vamp go grab the garbage out the back of the break room and put it in the dumpster? Then come back here and talk to me when you're done. Okay, let's go, Vamp. Oh my god, I love Vamp so much. What does the break room look like? Remember when I struggled to do this last time? Oh, there we go. Take garbage out. Hello? What's that? Is this what I'm meant to do? Oh my god, Stan. If you haven't seen this series of games, they're so cursed and so good. Literally my favorite dev of all time. He makes these bite-sized like cursed comedy horror games. They're the best. I love it. We've been through a lot with this series. Take garbage out.
Hey.
Who's this? Great, that's me in Japan. My camera. Is that Eric Banner? Who is that? Sinclair Bazaar. Have you guys seen any vampires around lately? Why? You haven't heard there's been a bunch of slayings in town lately? A ball of hair? Seems like there's a vampire amongst us.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sicko's been draining the blood from people's necks, and that's why I, Sinclair Bazaar, and my trusty camera operator are on the hunt. We're looking to capture evidence of the vampire infection and wipe out the threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, kill them. Hey, do you guys have any steaks in the restaurant for killing vampires? No, no steaks, only hamburgers and hot dogs. Shh, man. Vamp's wondering, how do you know it's a vampire killing people? That's so funny. Vamp's wondering. Because the victims have been found in a pool of blood with 2 punctures in their neck. I hate them so much. I gain quite the sixth sense of being able to tell when a vampire's around. Impressive, right? That's why I can trust you guys. I know you're not tainted with the curse. If you see anything, let us know. We'll be snooping around. Great. You too. Gotta get back to work, you know. Sounds good. And remember, kill all vampires. Totally, guys. Shit. How are we gonna protect Vamp? You finished she's hitting it. You finished taking out the garbage? Yeah, there are also 2 weirdos looking for vampires outside. That Sinclair guy, he was around last month. Said he sensed an egg monster in the walls.
Amazing.
Turned out to be a gas leak, so I guess I should be thankful. Vamp, follow me. True. I don't know. I don't like how he looked at me. Real. Anyways, the kitchen needs a new bag of garlic. Strange man. Anyways, after you grab the garlic, can you grab a jug of milk from the freezer? Okay. Grab garlic from storage, place it on the kitchen table. Garlic. I drive by blah blah blah. Ping, I know. What the hell? Hello?
Hey.
You know this freezer isn't even plugged in? What are you talking about? The freezer is not powered by electricity. Was it powered by then? Death, more specifically ghosts. What? Well, somebody figured out if you trapped enough ghosts in a small room that it would lower the temperature past freezing. That's how the power bill can be so low. You're joking, right? What? What the hell? Questionable milk. What the hell?
Yippee!
Yippee! Thanks for doing that. While you were gone, one of the customers was complaining that both the washrooms are a mess now. Can you grab the mop from the storage room and go clean them up? Then after you place the mop back, come here and I'll get you to take out. Oh, we'll do it. Okay. What the hell? Oh, didn't we have a trouble with this last time? Does this count as the mop? It's a broom, but... I want more characters. Oh. Two out of... What? Dirt spots?
Oh no.
Oh no. Great. Oh. Great, guys. He just shitted. He just shitted. Hi, Pudge. He just shitted and farted. I was so screwed. Go talk to owner. Okay. We're breezing through this. We're doing it. Good job so far, but can you go find where Vamp ran off to? Sure thing. Oh, Vamp. Where was... Oh, is Vamp in here? Hi, Sierra. Catch the rat. This is new. This was not in the demo. Cool. Hi, Leo. Vamp, I was looking for you. Yeah, the boss wants you back in the kitchen helping out, but first there's a rat in the storage room. Don't stop. Get it, get it. I need your help catching it. Come and get... Oh, he fell. No, don't cry. It's here. Did you get it? Why does it go dark? How do I help catch it? Oh! What? What do I do? What the hell? That's new in the series. What? I need some chocolate after that. What was that? What the hell was that? You never told me you could do that. Oh, you can only do that once per moon cycle, so you just save it for emergencies? Oh, well, that makes sense. Well, boss lady says you gotta get back to work. What? You say you need a moment after transforming? Okay, should be fine. I'm going to go talk to the manager again. Vamp has never done that before. Bitch. That was actually scary. I've never seen him do that before. What the hell? Yeah, I'll take 100 burgers, please. 100 burgers, are you sure? Yep, and 1 pop. I also need them as soon as possible. What? We just got a giant order for 100 burgers. Is a vampire's protruding face... Wait. Is a vampire's protruding face what? An uncut... Never mind. Never mind. Already took the order, so we got it.
Hey! Whatever.
Oh, great. Botched circumcision. Get up, vamp. Vamp, we just got a massive order. We need all hands on deck. Follow me. What the hell? Alright, fellas, 100 single burgers wrapped up to go. Best of work. Is this a prank? Unfortunately not. I'll go try to delay the delivery driver as much as possible. This is crazy. What did he say, Vamp? You said, Timothy said that Bobbit rather be hiding in the break room, watching videos of girls cleaning each other like cats on his phone. Oh my god. Guys, focus. We can do this together. Yep. Okay, good luck, guys. What the hell? We just got the big order not too long ago, so it might take a bit. You better hurry. If I don't get tipped for this order because I'm running late, there's going to be hell to pay. Wait, you're going to get tipped for this? Yeah, a big juicy 20% if all goes well. That's crap. We should get a cut of that too. No way, sucker. Now give me the beverage that comes with the meal. Mikey D needs something to sip on while he waits. Mickey, these are my favorite. This is my favorite games. They're so cursed. Oh my god. Wow, that was a lot faster than I expected. Yeah, well, it was slower than what I expected. You expect me to carry all that? You're the delivery driver. Gotta earn your tip somehow. That's normal, guys. That's normal. Yep, look, it fits right in. Not yet, Carla, we're waiting. Surely. Who's this? Creepy old man, leave now. I'm working, you leave now. The walls are closing in, your life is in danger. You gonna order anything? You've been warned. What the hell? Who's this?
Hello.
Guys. Tour guide. They used meeps. So I suggested Mia meeps. So they took half of my name and used meeps. And then took someone else's suggestions. So we got one. One so far. We got meeps. We got meeps. That's cool. I did meeps because that counts as a full one, yes. So I did meeps because when Mimi would come in, some of you would be like, meeps, memers. So I was like, okay, Mia meeps. Yeah. That's cute. What does the tour guide want? A pop, single burger with fries. Okay, coming right up. Look. Cute. All right, we've got one. I really want the mechanic to be one so bad, but we'll see. Now I feel like a burger. I gave them food. What's this? Oh, it's garlic. This is a new character. Have we seen this one before? Who's this? Grace. Who's this? This is new. If this is a graveyard keeper, we did Doug Diggs. Guys, if this is another one of ours.
Hey.
You're not hiding a skeleton under that skin, are you? No, sir. Good. Oh my god! We got another one! Diggs is good. In my opinion, Diggs is good. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's two. Us graveyard keepers are always on the lookout for bones. Well, are you looking for something tasty?
Go.
Yeah, I'll take a burger with milk. Coming right up. That's two! Ah! I want three so bad. But I know that's like... It's kind of, greedy, but I would love another one. Oh, that's so cool! That's really cool. Is there milk in here? I can't tell. This is a milk cup. Hold. Burger with milk? Delicious. Oh, milk is blue. That's so cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Was Hank on my list? Let's see. I don't know, actually. Oh, shit. I did say Hank. I don't know if he got it from... I mean, does that count? That's two separate ones in... Oh, Hank was on my list. Is that three then? Oh, shit. What the hell? What if we get more?
Yes.
The burger?
Oh, yeah.
The milk? I dip the burger in the milk, enhancing the flavors.
Oh my god.
It's good. Real good. You need to try it sometimes. Mikey! Blah, blah, blah. How are you, doll? I'll have to take your word for it. Oh my god. I want to go for 4 so bad. Or even more than that.
Loser.
Isn't it Mortha Meeps, a loser that grew up to be a loser tour guide? Shut up, Brad. I've been training in martial arts. I have no problem putting you in your place. What did you say, punk? Time to teach you a lesson.
Go.
That's okay, babe. It happens to the best of us. That's alright, sweetie. That's okay.
Hey.
Stop fighting, you idiots. Gosh, every time I turn my back, you're starting trouble, Brad. You're lucky I don't tell your mum. I'm sorry, Miss Goodman. Please don't tell my mum. Anyways, I'll take over out here. Can you look for your co-workers? I can't seem to find any of them. Hopefully they didn't run away after that big order. Heard it went smoothly though. Good job. Anyway, check the freezer first and the break room, then maybe outside. If they haven't deserted the place, they should be in one of those spots.
Go team.
Thanks again. Yeah, what the hell, Axel? Some sloppy steaks. Hello? Seems like I'm sensing death. Yes, I can feel it. Make sure you record everything. What are you guys doing in the freezer? Investigating and hunting vampires? We detected death nearby. Oh, fuck. So, you sure you're not sensing all the... Oh my god, I keep opening the door. Ian opens the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Isn't Fran one of yours? Fran? Who's Fran?
Sorry.
I'll keep hunting for the truth. Cool. Mikey, I love that episode so much. Oh wait, is this the bit... Oh my god, he's dead. I need to find Vamp. Oh my god. Oh, the camera woman? What? Guys, he's hitting that. Wait, is the camera thing Fran? When did that... Where did we see that? He's getting it real quick. He's hitting it. 1 second, guys. In the freezer? I thought that was a guy. I gotta see that. Bam, our co-worker's dead. Blur? Yeah, come follow me. There were 2 people. Okay, I gotta see what their name was. I didn't realize. Uh-oh. Fran is the camera. I didn't know Fran is the camera. What? Not that I don't believe you. I just didn't know that there was a name there. I want to see it. He's dead, all right. Bleh. I wonder what happened. You are now Bobbit.
Jeez.
Okay, I'm Bobbit now.
No thanks.
He's always revealing my secrets. We'll do it anyways. I think he's hiding out in the break room. I miss the old boss. He was so much nicer. Yeah, well, I'm the new boss. Do I say? Fine, whatever. Look for Timothy. Yeah, so this is Bobbit's perspective. What the hell? Where's Timothy? I can't believe we have so many names so far. There's still a few more that it could be, too. You're not here? What the hell? Pick up the note on the table. The face you trust brings the end with denial. The trap has already sprung. Now the panic sets in. Friend becomes foe. Fear becomes fuel. My charm will ensnare you. One by one, like petals, I will steal the warmth from your neck. Oh no. Uh-oh. Vamp! No! You are now the player. Okay, I'm back. Vamp! Gamer! Doll, I'm sorry things have been going so great for you. But I can't believe you've been here for so long. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's good to see you. I didn't see his face. Yeah, I still think he's innocent. He's dead. Bobbit is dead. What are you talking about? Bobbit, I found him dead in the employee room. I think somebody killed him. There must be a mistake. Let's go take a look. See? He's dead.
Oh my god.
My poor Bobbit. Who could have done such a thing? Vamp didn't do it. Seems like there was a murder among us. Let's just keep this amongst ourselves for now. Can you go grab some garbage bags from the storage room, wrap him up, and place him in the freezer? Wouldn't that be tampering with the crime scene?
Hey.
Hey, buddy. Here at Look and Diner, we keep a clean house. Dead bodies are not clean. Besides, I don't want the customers panicking. They'll leave bad reviews. Once we know everyone is safe, we'll phone the cops and have them sort everything out. Okay, I'll wrap him up. What? Pam. Nice. Okay, where do I get the bags? Oh, right there. That's crazy. Timothy! Timothy, how'd you get stuck in the locker? You said a man in a black suit stuck you in there? Did you see who killed Bobbit? Oh, sorry, I thought you knew. Anyways, boss. Boss wants to see you. Oh, no. That scared the shit out of me, Abs. Fuck. Dining room. You stay here. Oh my god. So much fog. What are you talking about? A bunch of fog suddenly appeared and it's super thick. Too thick to even pass through. We're all trapped here. Let me go take a look. What the hell? I have to investigate everything around here. Peggy Timberland. I told you she was the thief. Who is? That cricket girl. I saw her take off with the pickle jar. She ran out the front. Go get her. What?
Oh my god.
What the hell? I think the dev did every voice. I think, Crash. Damn you, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for this damn fog. You could have just asked for more pickles. They're complimentary. Yeah, well, pickles taste better after the rush of a good heist. We'll give them back. Okay.
Oh my god.
What? Something's got by your legs? What the hell? Oh, hey, Timothy. What's that, little Tim? There's a man trapped in the washroom? Okay, I'll go see if I can help. Oh my god, this shift is crazy. Guys, what's going on? Are you feeling okay? Probably not, huh? I should go tell Vamp and the owner about this. What the hell? We're in shambles. Vamp, boss, is another dead guy in... Oh. That's concerning. I need you and Vamp to go deal with the new body. I'll make sure the other customers are fine and try to figure out what's going on. Guys. What the hell? Where's Vamp? Oh, that's funny. You think your cooking did this to him? Looks like he's got the same wounds on his neck as Bobbit. Damn it. Okay, wait here. I'll go grab some garbage bags and wrap him up. Then you carry him and I'll make sure none of the customers get suspicious. It can't have been Vamp because he was with me, right? Oh, sorry. Right. Vamp would never. Like, he was by our side. It can't be Vamp. When tinfoil's not enough garbage bags. That's funny. Oh god, how do I tell him? Can I help or no? It doesn't let me do anything. I don't think I can help.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, that's a lot of garbage. Yeah, busy night. It must be the mechanic guy. He kept going back and forth from the washroom. I think he said he's got food poisoning. Must have been from the place he ate before. Here at Lookin' Diner we keep a clean house. Oh, that's why I like you guys. Enjoy your evening if you need anything. The mechanic guy, I want to talk to the mechanic guy, because what if it's named after what I said? Or is that the mechanic guy? That can't be the mechanic guy. We didn't get a name. Because if that's a mechanic guy, that's awkward as hell. That looks heavy. Need a hand from a big strong man? Thanks for the offer, but Vamp's got it. Will never say I never try to be nice. I appreciate it, Brad. You sure he's got it? Judging from his skin complexion, I don't think that guy works out in the sun too much, gaining muscle. Anyway, always working night shift will do that to a fella. He seems happy though, singing away. Enjoy your food, Brad. All good, guys. Don't worry. All good. All good. Don't worry about it. I'm not helping at all. But I'm here. I'm here. Looks like a body wrapped up in a garbage bag. I would know. I'm a graveyard keeper. No, it's garbage. You sure? I'd recognize the jiggling of a corpse anywhere. No, it's mostly just paper towels and other perfectly normal things you'd find in the trash. Half-eaten cheeseburgers, snot, maybe some throw up. Want to see? That's disgusting. You've got a stronger stomach than me to deal with that stuff. Comes with the industry. Gotta have thick skin working with customers. That's why I only work with the dead. Well, if you need anything, just scream. Perfect. Let's. Oh my god, look at the bodies just standing up. We should go talk to the owner about this. Why does this seem like a completely normal experience if you and Sammy or you and Gran worked at a diner together? Yeah, listen. You're probably right. Okay, finish with the mess left in the washroom.
Yippee!
Did anyone figure out what you guys were doing? No, I think they all just thought it was garbage.
Amazing.
Thanks for doing that. Can you actually help me with one more thing? What's that? I need you to clean all the boxes and stuff from the party room. I also need you to distract everyone for a bit. Everyone, the new guy's going to clean the party room. You know what that means.
Hey.
Gambling time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got money on him finishing the boxes under 1 minute. I'll take that action. Oh boy, it's been a while since I've seen a good room cleaning. The box stacking is a looking tradition. Good luck. What the hell? We're gambling.
Let's go.
Daddy needs a new hearse. This guy's a loser. No way he can finish in under a minute. Come on, Mummy needs some more gambling money. Just do your best. Hey, idiot. Remember you gotta place all those boxes into the garbage can. Don't worry, they'll fit. I got this.
Ready, set, start.
Oh, yeah.
Where do I go?
Yeah.
Where do I go?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, there's something under the tinfoil. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I can't focus.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I fucked up putting this box by the door.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I could have done that if I didn't do the thing in the start.
Oh.
Corpse would stack boxes faster than that. I'm sorry. My bad. I know, Yusuf, it's crazy. How are you? Hello. I mean, I saw that coming. Whoopsies. Another body.
Tinfoil, tinfoil. Tinfoil, tinfoil.
Oh my god, Yusuf, on a plane? Yeah. Where are you going? Now all the customers are freaking out. I think it's time we have a meeting and fill everyone in. Everyone come here. We're going to talk about some stuff. As you've all seen, someone has murdered Peggy Timberland. How evil. Well, she's not alone. Oliver Malarkey and Bobbert Simon have also been found dead. Which means there's been a murder among us. You deal with the dead bodies. I think the ghost hunters did it.
Hey.
Guys, shut up. Whatever, murderer. The murderer might not even be one of us. Or are they? Anyways, just stay calm and watch your back.
Please, no.
And please don't leave a bad review. I swear it's not my fault. Can you bag the old hag and talk to me when you're done? What the fuck? Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Do. They just called her an old hag. What the hell? Oh, nice. How was the work trip? Hell yeah. That's my goat. Guys, coming through with... we're bagging the old hag. Give me a sec. Coming through. Wonder what Goofy Vamp is up to. Oh, no.
Ah, jeez.
When you get the cops involved, can you please use the phone and call them to come here? Sure thing. Guys. Ring, ring, ring. Sheriff's office. This is the Lookin' Diner. There's been several murders here and we need help. Home of the Lookin' Good Burger? That's right. Sure, I'll order a burger and a drink. Wait, no, I phoned you. There's been a murder. Nice try, buddy. You're not going to trick me. So are you going to take my order or not? Please listen. Damn, kids these days and their prank calls. Oh no. Cricket. What? God damn it. You're dead too, huh? Better go talk to the boss. What the hell? Wait, Yusuf standing on business? I knew it. Awesome. What the hell? Beautiful. Found another dead person.
Ah, jeez.
Where is this? Where's it this time? Your office. Okay, let me gather everybody. Guys. Thank you all for being here today. This is crazy. What the hell? As you can see here, this is what a dead body looks like. Any questions? Who did it? Timothy hated Bobbert and killed him out of hatred. Then after he had the taste for blood, he went mad and started killing everyone he could get his hands on. A true monster! Tinfoil. Blur?
Hey.
Bam's right. I don't think you have any evidence to back up your claim. Yeah, well, it sounds right in my head. Maybe it could be someone else.
Go team.
Well, think about it a bit more while you're wrapping up this body and putting it in the freezer. What the hell? Guys. Oh my god, they have a gun in their back pocket. What the hell? They're the lean? That's new. They don't usually have a lean. What the hell? The bodies are stacking up. You gotta be kidding me. He's cold to touch. Probably because he's in the freezer. Just wrap him up to and place in the freezer when you're done with the other one. What? Now bag Brad. Brad died. What's going on? Vamp, I think you might be the murderer. Yeah, I think it's you. I saw you running out of the office. Don't play dumb. You never seem to be around when bodies appear. Come clean.
No.
Vamp's the murderer. That sweet guy, he's the only one that makes sense. I even saw him running from the scene of the crime. Hey buddy, that's your Look and Diner team member you're talking about. I'll go talk to him. You should try and get a real detective to come. Phone the police station again. Oh my god, guys. I haven't seen the detective. I don't think that the detective died. I thought that was the other guy. I mean the mechanic. Sarah's office. This is the Look and Diner. You gotta believe me. People are dying here. You guys still serving food? You're not even listening. Oh my god. Oh my god. Glam, thank you for 69. Yep. Nice. I appreciate that. How are you, doll? Why do I feel so, I feel still a little bit nauseous. Maybe I should make a tea or something after this. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. How are you? Thank you. That's a girthy resub. I'll take a look and tasty and a coffee. I'll swing by shortly. But Lango's dead. Well, at least they're coming.
Hey.
I talked to Vamp. Did he confess? No, but I found out he's really mad at you for what you said. But he killed people. You're not being much of a team player. Here at Look and Diner, we treat all staff as one big happy family. So to help you guys get over your disagreement, I've decided I'd like you and Vamp to work together to give one free fountain drink to all the remaining customers. Work together, big smiles, and everything else will sort itself out. Uh-oh. Some Gavi? Do I have any? Oh, cute. I love a bit of Zumba. You know what it probably is? These small indie games. It could just be a mix of what I was feeling earlier and some motion sickness. Whatever, murderer. Oh my god, me and Vamp don't like each other anymore. That's so sad. Not my dear Vamp. Boss says we're supposed to be a team and work together. Some team member you are. Oh no, Vamp's my friend. I'm sad.
Hey! No thanks.
Where's the camera woman? Oh! Great. It can't be Vamp. Surprise, she's dead. Where? Dumpster out back. Okay, I'll gather everyone. We'll meet you out there. What the hell? Okay, who is it? The camera woman. My partner. Oh god, not my partner. How will I ever find someone to film for so cheap again? It's okay, let's go drink our soda and remember her well. Alright, wrap her and put her in the freezer if you can find room. What the hell? Please, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. Damn. It's getting really foggy in here. Stinky, it's... Oh my god. It has to be Timothy. What the hell? See who's coming. Who's this? Boys in blue, boys in blue. Oh, great. Who's this? Why does he have music? Get out of the car. Great. Sheriff Gilmore. Hey, order the food over the phone. Finally, the police arrived. Yeah, it's pretty foggy tonight. Had to take it easy on the roads. Anyways, where's my food? We haven't made any. You gotta come look in the freezer. We've got tons. Oh, I never look in the kitchen of the place I eat. Something's better not to know. No, there's been multiple murders. Hey, if you're not gonna give me my food, I'm going to go somewhere else with my money. Please listen. Whatever, this place has been looking worse and worse every day. Oh no. Oh. Did we do the sheriff? I don't think they picked my sheriff. Old lady. No, I don't think we named the sheriff. Great. Guys, he's just leaving. Great. I don't... Yes. What happened? You drove into the fog wall. What the hell are you talking about? Fog's not solid. This fog is. I think you better come inside and talk with us. We got free soda at least. Fine. Okay. I love how he walks through the car. The sheriff has decided to stay. Oh, what changed his mind? The solid fog wall. I see. We should probably have a meeting with everyone then.
Hey.
Alright everyone, this is Sheriff Gilmore. He's come to help us stop the murders. Yeah, on an empty stomach too. Alright, so a bunch of us have been murdered, but on the positive side, we're all in the same room this time, so it can't be any of us. This is useless. We're all going to die. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah, this is getting hopeless.
Stop, Dad.
No, we need to stay put. Stop, Dad? We just need a little...
Come on, guys. We gotta stick together. The enemies that are out there in the... Oh. 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 Oh, jeez. Where was I? We gotta stick together. Everybody. We know that the murder's someone else, so we need to team up. Like bricks on top of each other. We gotta form a wall. Like bread, lettuce, cheese. Together we're sandwich. You know what I mean. Come on, guys. What are you waiting for? Huh?
Another vamp!
Help me, they're taking me away!
Another vamp! Well, shit. That looked like you, vamp. It's time. Show yourself, evil vamp. That's right. Me and evil vamp have lured you into our trap, vamp. Now that enough of the bystanders are out of the way, we destroy you. Vamp, you never told me you had a brother. Why does he hate you? Because he's evil? Makes sense. What? That's true. Hey, we've come to kill you. At least pay attention. But first, we must battle. Can we have a team meeting first? You want a team meeting? Yeah, you guys already got to plan our demise. At least you can do is let us have a short meeting. Can you guys go stand over the far end of the diner? We may be evil, but we are fair. Come on, evil vamp. What? Alright, vamp. Come up with a plan for our fight. Oh, that's good. Makes sense. We could do that. Oh, God. I didn't notice that, app. That's funny. Alright, I understand. Alright, everyone. Understand the plan? You have to be an idiot not to be able to pull this off. Clear as day. Alright. Well, as long as everyone's 100% sure they understand what Vamp just said, then let's begin. No, Sprout. Honestly. I love these cutscenes so much.
Let's go.
I'm so glad I'm not high.
Let's go.
The bowling sound. His dad. Oh, surely his dad comes back. Surely we see him. Surely we see tinfoil before this ends.
On this episode of Ghost Hunters, we're live. What are you doing? No, stop!
Oh, he getting some brain. Yeah, I do. I grew up playing The Sims. Yeah. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Sorry, lots going on in the I played last year. I have an account, yes. I do want to play more, to be honest. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, worst time for me to be answering you with all this on the screen. I'm so sorry. What a fever dream. No, don't be sorry. I'm just sorry there's a lot going on. But yes to everything you're asking. They're still fighting. The music. Listen, there's this Canadian game developer. His games are incredibly independent. I think it's only him working on them. And he makes these cursed games, and this is a sequel to one of his games, and they're just so confusing, but I love them so much. Like, you know when you say indie games? No, I'm talking indie. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what's beyond, what's below indie? In the best way possible. I love it so much. He honestly deserves to be more popular. Singular. Solo? No, I want to invest. Yeah. We did it. Great job, everyone.
Hey!
I got a headache.
Oh my
Me
God.
too. What happened? Long story, but basically, you got taken over by Vamp's evil twin and we all fought to the death. Oh, I hope nobody got hurt. Don't worry. It's good for business.
Hip hip.
Hey, the fog looks like it's lifted. We can all go home. Thanks, everyone, for the help. Damn, Vamp. That was a close one. Hey, Vamp. Sorry for accusing you back there. It was all the evidence was pointing towards you. I should know better, though, and trusted you, and for that I'm sorry. Blue. Really? You're not mad at me? Look at this guy bugged. I'm so sorry. I can't move. The power of friendship really does always win out in the end. I guess we better start looking for work again. Maybe we can be somewhere cool like hot dog salesmen or taxi drivers or something. Ready to go, buddy? Is that it? I don't know if the mechanic was. I gotta see if there's credits. Oh. Evil Vamp says this is the end. Time to die. Vamp asks, where did you even get a gun from?
Oh, no.
Hi, Tash. How are you? Hold. Vamp said things don't have to be this way. You can always choose life of good. Evil Vamp says impossible because he's evil. Evil Vamp says he's going to take... What? That which is close to you. Wait. He jumped in front of me. I'm not dead. Vamp, are you okay? Why didn't we get shot? That's a rubber gun. My boss says I couldn't be trusted with a real one. Oh. That was a close one. We should probably get out of here before something else happens. Yeah, let's go, best friends. Celebratory Blair! Margot. Shell Boo. Oh, cool. He has people helping with 3D. Okay. I want to know what the guy was called. Wait, my name's going to be here. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, I support him on Patreon. Sick. Tash, thank you for tier 355. I appreciate you. How are you? Sorry, we just finished that game. It was cursed. But I love him so much. Oh, there's 2 berries? Boysenberry. That's funny. Never mind. That's really funny. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. There was an evil vamp. How are you, Tash? My God. I'm good. Guys, it's my last week as a 29-year-old. My birthday's in 8 days. What the hell? What the hell? And it's my last full week before Japan. We have a couple streams next week before I head out. But yeah, I'm streaming all week to try and soak up the vibes because I'm going to miss you guys. I know. We are the big 30 next Tuesday. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited, Crash. Dylan, I'm very excited for 30. I want to ditch 20s. With all my love and light, I'm ready. You know what I mean? Whoa. Can we have a link to Patreon in the Discord? Yes. I gotta find the link, but if you type in My Grandfather Games Patreon, it's the first thing that pops up. But I'll put it in the Discord, but if you want to just googs, it's My Grandfather Games. 30, flirty, and thriving. How are you, Tash? Good to see you. How's everyone? I'll put my alerts back on. Carla's back to life now. I was generally concerned with her well-being. Honestly, I think I was feeling a little bit nauseous because sometimes indie games, I can't describe it, but the ones that don't have a lot of settings, they make me really dizzy. And I was feeling a little bit dizzy there at one point, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to finish this game. My 20s started with a bad breakup, ended with my father passing. Oh my god. Hey, you know what? Wait, same. Same. I'm ready for 30s together, Eb. I'm ready for that. I am ready. We are playing with Chris soon. He said either between now or in an hour, but I might just start by getting some loot and yapping because I want to yap. I feel like I haven't been able to yap a lot today, so let's do some catching up, guys. I need this. The prediction, so we got 4. Is that right? Because someone pointed out Fran. So we got Fran, Hank, Doug, and Meeps. So we got 4. Thank you for continuing your gifted sub. Mickey, that's really cute. Thank you. That means so much. We're arcing with Chris. Yes, we're going to try and beat our trial high score. So we can be promoted. Yeah, I don't know if there was a mechanic's name. Maybe he didn't end up because it wasn't in the credits. I don't know unless maybe I'll Google by night dine or die mechanic's name. Trials tonight, yeah. Which will be tomorrow on stream. It's so I don't think we'll know. I don't think we'll find out. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe there wasn't a thing. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do good unless Chris and I will pop off together. Arc tracker. Hacks. Yeah, I don't know why that pops up. I think you're correct. Yeah, we'll do 4 because it wasn't on screen. So 3 to 4, 1. Yeah, I think it's some sort of like a game thing that helps you do stuff. I don't know. But how are you guys? I'm going to miss you, god damn it. I'm trying to soak up all the love this week and next week. Cause I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna bloody miss you. You always do pop off together. I'm very excited. Hi Jamie. Tammy, how's work going? Axel, how are you? Everyone, how are you? I'll update my schedule. We do have friend slop. Not tomorrow, the next day. And we have new trials tomorrow for ARC. I'm okay, Sprout. I feel a little bit... I think it's from the game and earlier as well. I feel a little bit like nauseous, like lightheaded type of vibe. But I think once I'm just in ARC and drinking some water, I'll be fine. I'm excited, Tash. I'm so like... I can't believe it's this close. You know what I mean? Apart from that, by the way, Sprout, I'm good. Sorry. I'm really good. I'm just like, what's going on? Ouchies. Yeah, we have friend slop. I'm so excited. Wisp, hello. The bun is cute. You're cute. Yeah, we have friend slop. I'll see if I can talk to the gang about maybe updating the wheel or something. Played Megabonk yesterday for the first time for 6 hours. You sound like Tammy and myself. It's so good, isn't it? Just got my boyfriend to download ARC thanks to you and Twitch. It's so good. I'm slopping on that friend for real. That's so cute, Mikey. Oh, animals. What did we do to deserve them? Is there a new set? Is this the new set? What the hell? I kind of want that. But I should get that to do it. What? I should do that purely just for Chris to go, what the fuck? What's the new one then? Because the story refreshes in 9 days. I'm gonna get this. We gotta equip it. Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me. What the hell? That emote's crazy. Whoa! Oh my god. Bowl cut boys. Dylan, that would scare the shit out of me. What the hell? What the hell? 436 on Fox. Without Cursed Home, how'd you do it? You have been seen. Yeah, launch tower loot. That would be so sweaty, wouldn't it? He was, oh. Told him to F off. Hi, Abyss. How are you? Woo! That'd be so sweaty. I kind of just want to do Buried City, to be honest. Maybe a Buried City free? Kitty's birthday! Happy birthday! Look at all our birthdays coming up. Yeah, that'd be so sweaty, Dill. Oh my god. Mimi's 14 next month. Totems, cursed, grabbies, shrine buffs, chaos. Oh! I get cursed and chaos mixed up all the time, Tammy. Whoopsies! 14 years young and she's so... I can't believe how clingy she is. Like, thinking about how she was when she was 6 months old, or like 1 compared to now, I'm like, oh my goodness. Remind me to pee after this this round, by the way. Cursed is difficulty, chaos is random. Yes. And the chaos one I need with the shrines, to do the shrine challenge. 10! Isn't it crazy that when you started hanging with chat, Mikey, Mel was 5? She is so... Oh my god, this is such a late drop. She is so clingy. Oh my god, I think I might ask Mum, because I don't think Mum's going on a trip anymore. I might be like, hey, do you want to like take Mimi? Because I know I could get people just to come like and visit her in the apartment. But I think Mimi, I think it would be better if she was with someone the whole time. Enjoy, Abs! Chris will be joining us either in 5 minutes or an hour. Or in between. So we'll get some yaps in before he joins. Because we need to yap. Oh my god, that was a decent... Some decent loot in there. Hi Nether. I need you to get it. I know. Ah, I gotta try. All good, Tammy. Do what you need to do. I will be here. Mimi going, oh yeah, because Mum's house is the house she grew up in. She was in that house until 2018. So she knows that house well, which is good. Nero, 32. Oh my god. Hello. Guys. Many more.
Nero_back just resubbed for 32 months. 32 months, sheesh.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna be here for many more Carl's toss.
That's really sweet. I appreciate that. How are you? Guys, are you glad you won't hear my alerts for like 2 weeks? It'll be good to give your brain a break from hearing, put your ass away, child. Thank you for 32. You are the best. How are you? Although, technically, I guess I'm going to try and do a little... like a few little mobile streams when I'm over there. So you might hear them. Maybe. Maybe. If it allows me to play my alerts, you might hear them. The sickos in chat love it. I think it's special spawn, Mikey? Or you went without for like a week. Guys, you know what's so cute? You always hype up my alerts. It's very sweet. It's really cute you enjoy them so much. I know it's a lot to take in sometimes. Jules. Oh, goodness. What days will be DBD days? Definitely Friday, Josh. Definitely Friday. Which works, 'cause I think you work from home Fridays, right? If I do more, I do more. But definitely Friday will be the grand stream. Life is a hype train. I want to ride it all night long. I'm already having withdrawals too, Mikey. I don't know what that... Oh. Lullaby. Thank you. Wanna be my lover. Oh, shake that ass.
Lullaby Books has
Shake
gifted 10
that
subs.
ass. What the hell? Thank you so much. Please make sure you're thanking the gifters. Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Excuse you, please. Well, last stream before vacay is definitely... So, the definite last stream, if I can't do any extra, will be US 12, my 13th. I'm streaming all this week. And then next week I'm doing 12th and 13th. So this will be like my birthday streams. And then if I can do any bonuses as well, like a night stream on top of that, I will, of course. I do want to do a night stream this week as well, Mickey. I got to figure out which night is best to do it. Maybe Wednesday. So that would be Wednesday morning for the States. So I'm doing 5 streams this week. So if I do a bonus night stream, there'll be 6. Yeah, this is my last full week, Mikey. Next week is going to be quite small because of my birthday. My stream streak is quivering in night stream. Quivering. Hey, look, it might not happen because I do have a lot to do. I really don't have that much time to do everything I need to do, but that's probably the more likely of a stream I will do is Wednesday morning. On that grand. Thank you so much, Lullaby. That is so generous. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I have to go into work tomorrow to get told to go home. Wait. Wait, is shit happening again with it? Is it like doing a partial shutdown again? Did I read correctly? Is there anything in here? At least until... Oh my god, what the hell? What the hell? I should probably go. What the hell, auntie? Oh, a watch. I'm just trying to get bonus. Anything bonus. Seems like people are fighting. I mean, I don't have anything that I'm scared to lose, so I guess I can just go into it. Not bad. Oh my god. What about this? Give me some loot in here. I see a suitcase. Only Monday. Oh, Monday and Tuesday? What the hell? I feel like that's just so confusing for everyone. Need the bowl cut. Oh, you're getting bowl cut, boys. I'm very excited. Chris texted me this morning and he was like, we gotta lock in tonight. I'm like, you know what? I'm down. It's really cool that Chris and I are equally as obsessed with this game because it means when we play together, we're just so locked. We just have silly times. Did you see falling from a building? Oh, I've never fallen in my life. What do you mean? Never ever. I'm so good at this game and I don't fall. No, I love it. I'm glad you like watching it though. That's really nice to know. I know sometimes I go really quiet because Chris and I are just locked in together, but it's cute that people enjoy it because we're enjoying it, you know? Goodbye, Mikey. I'll see you tomorrow if you're around. I'm seeing Mum in the morning tomorrow. But then I'll be on. I'm absolutely vibing. I am really excited for this week, if I can say that. If I can say that, I'm very excited. I'm trying to take it all in. And then I'm keen because I know March is kind of chaotic. I have like a wedding that's kind of far away. And I have something the first week of March, which is awful timing. But it's still going to be double the amount of streams I can do this month. And then April's going to be fully normal. So I'm very excited. I will always... She loves you guys. I think both, Jamie. We're doing both. What is down here? Hi, Cole. Free to imagine. I don't think I've ever been down here. How creepy. I forget what I was saying. Probably talking some shit as per usual. I don't remember. I joined late to this game, so I'm just exploring things I never usually look at. Real. I can't believe I'm going to summer to winter in Japan. I'm so excited.
10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I'm stoked. I love it. We can go over here.
Let's go to that metro.
I might just leave. I just came in to get any loot. And then I'll skedaddle. Ooh, someone's down there. 9.5 hours, Cole. Which is so funny because that's nothing compared to when I fly to Chris. Like 9.5 hours is a treat for me. It's an absolute treat. I'm stoked. I'm so grateful. Yeah, it's quite girthy. But I think because I'm so used to flying 13.5 or 15 to LA, 9, I'm like, oh, we're single digit. That's fine. I would love some Snow Mickey. I don't know what to expect. Hi, Ant. This is my first game. I was just getting some loot in. Yoo-hoo! I come in peace. Hold the train. Damn it. Okay, fair. Thank you, Tash. I'm really excited to make content over there, if I can be honest. It was so much shorter. You know what? It's so funny because 9 hours is still a really long time, but honestly, in my head, it's nothing. Because I think when I go visit Chris, it's 13, 14 hours to LA, then a layover, and then 6 hours to New Jersey, right? So the fact that I'm single digit one plane, I'm like, yummy. You know what I mean? Like I'm stoked. Yeah, like cause that's asleep because my flight is late at night is at night, so I'll be able to sleep. I'll sleep at a normal time. Karate! Hello, girl! Goo goo gaga! Goo goo gaga! Goo goo gaga! Hello, girl! Dr. Pepper, baby, it's good and nice. Do do do. We do have a rough itinerary, yes, but we can always change it. But we do have like a rough set thing. Jinx, hello,
Kosaka just subscribed.
10 months.
Kakegarui Mashu.
Now, grandkids, I will let you know. This is the last week you'll watch me as a 29-year-old, okay? I'm entering the 30s club. So next week, when you pop in, I'm going to be looking different. I'm going to be feeling different. I'm a new woman. All right? So soak up my youth, guys. Soak up my youth. Cause it's going. No, I'm joking. When's your birthday? My birthday's the 10th of Feb. Soak. 10th of Feb. So we're basically a week out. So soak it all up, alright? Thank you, Cos, for 10 months. You're the best. And thank you, Granny, for the raid. Oi. I'm so excited for next or this week with you. My youth juices are trying up. Ooh. Oh no, my ass got bigger in Spain. Oh shit. I didn't know it works that way. But I'm interested. Wait, Joe, great alert. Thank you. Thank you so much. 30 is a new 20. No, I'm so excited, Colm. I'm so excited. To praise and thirst the Bobcat? That's so funny. Yeah, he was texting us yesterday being like, guys, the Bobcat's so good. Guys. He was so excited. Fair enough. I'll try it with him later. I'll try it with him. Stinky, there are so many alerts that you miss them. Like sometimes an alert plays and I'm like, oh, that alert, you know? Like sometimes I'm reminded of the alerts I have if a song comes on the radio that I've used. And I'm like, oh, that's an alert. Okay. I truly just... There's too many. There's too many. But thank you, Granny. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Hi, Zell. I'm good, though. How are you? 20 was hell. Real. Dr. Pepper, baby. It's good and nice. Do. Better now that I'm always know. That's how I feel. Need more alerts. I do want to make more alerts. I do. I kind of want to make more alerts and not tell. Or maybe I can make it for my birthday. I need to make updated ones. Maybe I'll sneak some new alerts for my birthday stream. So we have something new. I don't know. But we do need some new ones. We're reclaiming the 20s. Real. How did that hype train start? Twitch literally just went, you know what? We had 2 out of the 3. Let's start it. Twitch, babe. Come on. You can't get rid of our lovely alerts. I know. I won't because every time I suggest an alert to get rid of, there's always someone that comes out of the shadows and goes, not that one. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I won't. Because surprisingly, there's a fan of it. Like, there'll be an alert that never gets played, right? And I'll go, or an emote. And I'll go, oh, I should just replace this one. And then a first time chatter comes out and goes, no, it's my favorite. I'm like, what? Okay, I'll keep it. Which I think is really cute, to be honest. But it is funny. It's good and nice. Track resources. I need electrical components. Let's go to inspect. Where's electrical? Pilgrim's Peak. Let's go into here and go to Blue Gate. The concept of someone chatting for the first time in defense of their favorite. I know. But you know what? We all laugh, but it happens. It's so funny. Someone will honestly come out and be like, oh, I love that one. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Hell yeah, baby. Sure. I'm having chocolate because I feel really lightheaded still. I don't know why. Honestly, Freedom, I've had a first time chatter that's been subbed for years, but they don't ever announce their sub. Hey, I'm not gonna say no. Spud, thank you for thanking Lullaby as well. Oh yeah, I'll go pee. After this one, and then I'll make a tea or something. And then Chris should be ready. I'll just... Did I spawn on the matriarch or something? Oh, we're so far from where I want to be.
Go to the Pilgrim's Peak.
It's good and nice.
The matriarch has been spotted near your location.
Great.
Keep your wits about you if you decide to go anywhere near, and always keep a close eye on her children.
Stinky, exactly. I'm not opposed. I'm very grateful. You're justifying. Am I justifying? I didn't mean to justify, I swear. I'm a good guy. I'm really sexy. I didn't mean that. I swear I didn't. Guys, has anyone watched One Battle After Another or something? Whatever it's called? Let me know. Is there tea with it? It's on my trivia thing. Tash? Oh my god. Wanna be my lover? Yeah. What the hell?
Tasha4CJ has gifted 10 subs.
Tash, you scared the shit out of me, and also, what's the occasion? Thank you so much. What the hell? Pookie. Oh my god. Guys, I'm really grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Never did I think that I would feel gratitude and fear in one thing. He's gonna shoot me, isn't he? Oh, I might be dead. I have a rattle. This is not good, guys. This is not good. Stop it. Leave me alone. Oh no. Muscle spasm. You might want to get that checked out. Is someone else killing me? Oh, it's literally just these. Oh, I'm gonna die. I actually just might die to art. In normal Carla fashion. Yes, please make sure you thank Tash, guys, if you got a sub. Please. It's really kind and sweet. Please thank them. And for continuing the hype train too, which I forgot about. And scaring me. Now I'm awake. Oh wait, App, I forgot about that. Thank you for thanking those who thanked their thankers. And even those who thank their thankers for thanking. As long as we... Hello! As long as we all thank those who thank us, we can thank while we thank. And I think that's pretty thanks. Exactly. Exactly right. You took the words right out of my hole. My mouth. Sorry. Do I need any of this? Hold. Oh, a damn stuff key. Can they stop? Okay. Okay. Yeah, hey, gonna be my lover. I swear, for the love of crumb cake. I gotta run. I gotta go. I mean, if it's a post-apocalypse setting for a reason. The Ark didn't completely fuck you up sometimes. Stinky. No, I know, and it does it always. Somehow I just always fuck up. But that's a part of my, Another key? Maybe we just piss off. Maybe we just go, alright, that's enough. Dustin!
Pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Dustin 22 has
Thank
gifted
you.
5 subs. Naughty boy.
How's this hype train still going? Thank you so much. Besties. What the hell? Oh, things are happening down there. Thank you guys. Thank you, Dustin. Remember, if you got a sub and you feel comfortable, it would mean so much if you said thank you. Yeah, I feel warm and fuzzy. I really appreciate that. I never expect any of this. I'm going on probably one of my longest holidays this month, not including my birthday weekend, because I'm 30 and yeah, this means so much to me. It already does, but it means extra. I wish you knew how much it meant. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dirty fucking 30. Fuck's sake. Yep. Oh, we're dirty, alright. We're dirty sluts. Hi, Cass. Whoa, whoa. Hi, chat. Hi, Cass. Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Tash. Guys, why are we getting lobby music? I swear I've never noticed that before. Hello? She cartwheels through my thoughts about 5 times a day. I do it constantly. Whoa, wow. Enjoy your lurk, Tash. Do what you need to do. Thank you so much again. Oopsies. Just wish I knew why she did it. I want her to have a documentary and talk about it. Hi, Lani. How are you, doll? Hi, Cammy. Good morning. Morning, girls. Morning. The rattler reloading is painful. I'm out of ammo. Oh no. I'm out of ammo. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what to do. I don't have ammo. Oh, you're in here? Oh, okay. Sorry, it is very stressful. Okay, I have some ammo here. That wasn't ideal. I'm not proud of it. I didn't think it was going to come in here. Okay, all I'm trying to do is just get some electrical parts. That's it. Hi, Naughty. Gisela, hello. Hornets piss me off. No, you're right. The weekend was good. Oh, yeah, the fabric. You're right. Okay. I'll go back. While I'm here. Oh, bro, that's really cute. What the hell? You've got a friend. Have you seen that, oh, I don't know how to word it. Oh, I need those wires. Nice. I gotta find it. It's basically a vibrator joke. It's really funny. Seb, hello. Happy 10. Hornets make me very mad, Lani. I couldn't agree with you more. Did anyone leave anything left over? Sometimes people don't grab stuff. And I might need it. See, like this. I'll take that. Love it. Yeah, that's what the Sprite. Friend. It cracks me up. Let's see if they didn't take anything here. No, okay. Thank you so much for those subs, guys. Genuinely. I really appreciate it. You're the best. Yeah. Having two just zap you at the same time is the worst. You feel so helpless. Oh, I'll take that. Do I still need tick pods? Maybe not. I don't believe myself. I feel like we still do. Or is it poppers that I need? Please. Yeah, great. Great. I used my last bit of ammo on a tick and I'm gonna die from it. Oh my god. Girl. Or is it this one I need? Okay, I need to get those stuff. Get the things. Girl. Yeah, I should just go. But I really want... I don't know what I want, actually. What do I want anymore? I want to find... something else, maybe? I don't think it's possible. Hello? Can I borrow a bandage, maybe? Sorry. If you have a spare. If not, that's okay. Oh, thank you so much. Take this as a thanks. Oh, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you.
Hey, hello!
Hey, check this out. Ready?
Don't shoot!
Ah! That's so bad. I love that emote so much. I can't wait to just annoy Chris with that. I got a spray. That's perfect, guys. They sprayed me. They were too stunned to speak. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Oh, it's reloading. Okay. Ooh. Thank you. All right, let's go.
Let's head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Mamma mia. I think I scared them. Raider!
Hey, Raider!
Hello! Check this out. Ready? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry.
The safe window is closing.
That's terrifying.
I know. It's so bad.
I repeat, 10 minutes.
Not him pulling a gun on me. That's so fair. It's ridiculous, to be honest. Honestly, fair. Fair play. I don't have anything crazy on me, so even if he did, it wouldn't be worth it, but I'm just gonna do that to people all day. Woo! That's me when someone says they have hiccups. I'm like, okay, when you least expect it, I'm gonna scare you. And they're like, okay. And then I do that, and they're like, that's not gonna do it. That's not gonna cut it. I'm like, oh, my bad. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Yippee! I didn't... Yeah, it's giving raw XD. I didn't get what I needed to get done here, but that's fine. I do have to pee. Oh, let me message Chris too. Be like, call when ready. Go piss, girl. Guys, if you have to go, whiz. Let's go. Alright, we did that. That was fun. Nothing happened. I scared a couple raiders. Someone sprayed me, which is really nice. Yeah, I'll go grab something to nibble on. Time to Bluetooth sync our peas. Yep. Alright, listen to some nice, relaxing music. I'll be back.
Music-driven dream, we're living like we have no fear. Me and the boys just wanna have fun. Drinking liquor, nothing sweet as soaking in the summer sun. While we while we while we oh yeah. All we have is dreams to be heard on the radio. Hear our songs blasting on that big boom stereo. I got a feeling that it's gonna be alright. Singing J songs on sunny days and summer nights. Looking at the bottom from way up in here. Better move any faster than we'll break a sonic atmosphere. All we had were problems and there was never fear. But now we with J, so we just don't care.
Okay. I have no bread, but I have some Vita Wheats. Yippee! Oh, Lola! I gotta accept them. I was playing one game off stream last week. And, I saw someone hiding in a bush. It was magnetic storm. And I was like, hello, friendly. And it was another girl. And she was like, hello, I'm just trying to escape without someone killing me. And I'm like, oh my god, let's go together. It was very cute. Okay. Okay. Should we... Should we do this? Try to get something and just leave with our safe pocket? Yeah, girl, Paigey. All good, Mickey? All good? Sorry. We'll be here. Let's go. Night raid. We'll probably die in-game, but why not? If we have a safe pocket, doesn't matter. Ah, you changed your color. Hi, doll. We monk? What's monk, Cammy? I like that word. I like that laugh. Sorry. Eaten. Oh. Got you. It's not like I haven't eaten today, but maybe this and some more chalky will help. I do feel better. I think sometimes when I get, what's it called? Motion sickness. It just takes a little bit for it to calm down. I feel much better than I did though. My god. New color vibes art? Wow. Okay. So, I will probably perish in this night raid, but if I can just get anything, I'll take it. Any loot. New month, new color. I kind of want to change mine. We'll be late. Only a minute late, not bad. We'll take anything at this point. Have your eyes adjusted to the dark, Raider?
Loot is ripe for the picking while most of
Toledo's is still asleep.
though my suppliers say that Ark
They've
is
changed
twice as
that.
vigilant after sunset.
Alright, Shani, enough. Oh, I need that actually. I like that pink suits you, Cammy. Although everyone suits everything, to be honest. I get used to it. And then I'll notice it and be like, hang on, this is different. I'm so excited Chris wanted to Ark today. I didn't expect that. I'll go, you know, I love your color. Yeah, everyone's color suits them a lot. Big fan, big fan. It's so funny how it becomes a part of your identity. It's kind of funny if you think about it. Oh my god. Oh my god. So this isn't good for me. Come and get me, loser. What? Are they low-key great for shredders this whole time? Oh. Okay. That's surprising. I didn't think they were that... Hello? Oh my god, you scared me. Hey.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hiding in the shadows, eh? I like when people are cute and they're like, oh, sorry. It's like you did nothing wrong. I'm just a little pussy. He was just hiding there? Okay, I honestly just need to... What the hell? Oh, I thought that was... Never mind. I thought that was 3 fruit baskets. I was about to be like... Girl. Never mind. Oh, I need that. Wait, that's cute art. I love when people are sweet on this game. Yoo-hoo! Hello. Hello. The whole gang's here. What did he say? Guys, that legitimately sounded like this. That's what that sounded like to me. I'm not judging because that's how I sound all the time. But that did not sound like words to me. Okay, where are you taking me? Take me to blue. Go on. Yes. Okay. I think that's good. Damn it. Hello? There's just a shredder I'm trying to kill. Never mind, he's killed. It's all safe up here. All safe. Talk about a rough day at work. Okay. I think we just head out, to be honest.
Head home
I think we just go and we take it. Housekeeping! I think truly we just say GG's and we take our little items and we run away. That was, do you know what? That was Simlish actually. In another life, I would have understood him. Alright, we just go. We don't have anything crazy, but we have some juice. Good plan, good plan. I think we go and we come back and we just don't get greedy because you know how I am. I don't want to. I want to show you something though. That sounds creepy. Watch this. Ready? Check this out. Check this out. I'll cover your 6. All clear, all clear. Yippee! That's so bad. It's so bad. I love it so much. It feels like me. Enjoy your lurks, guys. Chris should be joining us very soon. It's in the store. The new bundle. I just bought the emote because I have these left over from the tokens. I haven't spent I haven't bought tokens yet. It's here. I'll show you. So silly. You actually get a decent amount of stuff in your bundle. And I like how you can buy stuff without buying it all as well. Yeah, like I haven't spent a dime on this game yet apart from buying it, which is good. I mean, I wouldn't anyway, but that's kind of fun. Let's bring more of those. They're really good. The Snap Blast Grenade. I didn't realize they were so good for thingies. Let's go back in. Oh wait. Staley, enjoy your lurk as well. Yeah, we have Chris joining today. Tomorrow should be a solo stream, but I did say to Crispy and Chris if they want to do trials together, that would be super fun. Did they respond? What did they say? I'll message them again later and be like, hey. Because when Crispy joins in as well, we get so much done, which could be cool. Yes, honestly, I can't believe I wasn't doing trials for a while. I think I just didn't understand them, but they're so much fun. I don't know. It just gives you something to work towards. Because we're trying to get high scores today on our trials before they reset. It's so good though. It's like you don't have the best part is when I was explaining this to people, fair enough, people were kind of like, oh, I'm like, no, you don't have to do them. Like, completely up to you. Okay, meds. Yeah, completely up to you if you want to do them. I need this badly. Thank you very much. It's optional, which makes it even better, you know? And even resetting, like the expedition, you don't have to do either, which by the way, I have to try and pop off on that because I don't think I'll be able to do the expedition unless it starts when I'm back officially. I'm not too sure. Tammy, how's your shift? 2 light bulbs in there? Oh wow. I kind of don't want to stray too far, just leave and come back. I gotta do my expedition too. Oh, I need those too. Oh my god. I could do all the seeds, but I might... Ooh, what's this? Hold. Nothing. Okay. There's a turret in the other room, I think. Okay, I need this, don't I? Uh-oh. Oh. Didn't I need something from here? Hmm. Is there another turret here? No? Okay. Yeah, they jump. It's kind of creepy. Leave me alone. Also, this game is so good at, for me. I zone out all the time. Not in a bad way either. I'm just like, how can a game that's so stressful be so relaxing? I also, nobody asked, but I also want to do trials today, but like try and build up my inventory again because I lost a lot last week. Dylan, wait, that's so funny. I should try that today. Are they smoking meth? Yes, exactly. I don't know. I don't know. They're truly doing it to him. I'm going to make it happen today as well. I'm kidding, but... Okay, that's that spot. Nice. Yeah, they probably do it trios and just farm together. Oh, that's fun. Didn't notice that before. Oops. Well, like, say if you're doing the harvesting, the garden, like the harvesting one, you can all just split up and harvest through the whole map instead of you having to do it all. So, like, stuff like that would be good. Oh, someone died, I think. Hi, Snail. How are you, doll? Yeah, it's so relaxing, but then you can get the heebie-jeebs. I do have Discord, Kerry. Yes, yes, yes. Discord command will bring you to a link. My bad. Hey, girl. Nice. My pleasure. Stinky, thank you. The survivor augment's so good. Oh my god. I gotta get more electrical components to make them. Hello. Hey. Don't know who I was talking to. Hopefully he's nice. Oh, hi Duncan. Hi Reese. My god. The rating's good. I'm just doing some solo rating before my friend joins me. I'm just getting some like bare bones stuff. Not really going for anything crazy. I'm just trying to get as much stuff to sell as I can, really. And it's pretty chill. Jeffy, baby. How are you, my love? My god. Oh, Duncan, it's so good, hey. I love it. Always obsessed with this game. Love. We do have a shredder. We can do this. All right. I wouldn't mind something zesty. But I won't be greedy. What's this? Is there something back here? Yep. Oh, cheeky Monday off. Oh, no. Now, that sounds bloody quite nice. Quite bloody nice, still. Yeah, I don't know. I want to be promoted at least once. Of course, I wouldn't mind more. A little bit greedy. But we'll see. Heavenly. I'll be in Melbourne the first week of March, doll. Just keep that in mind. Hi, Chris. You mean the milkiest and handsome? Hello, Pookie. How are you? Wait, true. See? The Grand Prix. Yeah. Only have tickets for the practice. But I'll be around. Yeah. Yeah. The place I'm staying at had a review. It was the cheapest place I could, like, cheap, like dead cheap I could find. And one of the reviews is saw a mouse, so it's gonna be really good. Yep. So I am staying with a celebrity. I am staying with Stuart Little. Now, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. So, really excited for that one. I'm sure that was a one-off, but when you read that in a review, it's kind of like, what the hell? Can we not mark up hotels, please? A normal hotel that'd be like $900 is $4 grand. Like, what? That should be against the law. Can I be a little jealous? All right, fine. Fine, you can be a little jealous. But don't come crying to me, all right? I'm staying with... That's what I wanted. I wanted a noise. Babe, that's a mirror. Real. I really hope not. Not that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I really hope not. I'm a little pussy. Alright. Now we wait. No, I'm not staying with Stuart Little. Thank God. But one of the reviews were like, good enough, but saw a mouse. And I was like, I really hope that's not the case. Because I know I will shit the bed. I really hope not. Well, you got me. Lukey, imagine I take photos of fucking Stuart Little and I in his little fuck-ass car. God, I'd be a celebrity. If all my stuff... Oh, I just bring Mimi with me. Oh, I wish I could bring Mimi places. Fuck, it'd be so good. Local Sydney woman stays with Stuart Little. When you think you aren't gullible, here I am. You know, I fall for things all the time, doll. I just think you have whimsy, to be honest. I think it's a beautiful thing. Honestly, it's super played up. Like, yes, you will see a spider sometimes. I saw one the other day, not at my house though. But you'll see the more rural areas, beachy areas, bushy areas. But it's not that bad, you know? Like, I went to New Jersey a couple years ago and there was a spider at Chris's and I was like, ah! Now who's the little spidey scary boy? The race is in March. Yes. Again, awful timing. Booked this ages ago when Japan wasn't going to be a thing. So it's awful timing. But alas, here we are. Yeah. Oh my god. Axel, did your mum live in a swamp? I'm kidding. That sounds ridiculous. Holy crap. Look at the loot I'm getting. It's like how moose are associated with Canada, but I never see moose. Yeah, true. Alright, 3 minutes. Let's go one more. Sometimes you gotta live a little. And that's what I said. Yeah. She lives on a farm. Oh. Yeah, you would. You would see a lot of that on the farm. That's fair. By the way, my dad, I was like, my bio dad. Oh, we don't see each other very much. He messaged, and what did he ask? I forget what he said. Something about when, like, are you around in Feb or something? And I was like, oh, I'm going to Japan. And he goes, what? Why? And I'm like, Japan is so much safer than America, which I've been multiple times. Like, he went into, like, disaster mode straight away. I was like, what? It's like, why are you going there? I'm like, for my 30th? What do you mean? What do you mean, why? Like, it was the weird... I'm like, why are you, like... Why are you shitting your pants right now, babe? Yep, I love that. Oh, so good, man. I love this spot. That's what I mean. The usual. The usual. The usual. Jeffy, get this. This is so, like... When he's... So, pokies here, guys. I don't know if you say this overseas, but it's like the poker machines you play. Randomly, I get a message. And he goes, Bub, do you got 50 bucks? I'm playing the pokies. And I'm like, no, I don't actually. No, like, I gotta pay rent, which you don't have to pay. You live on a boat. Like, no, I don't have money to spare, babe. Like, what? I'm playing the pokies. Well, why are you playing the pokies if you can't afford it, please? Because I can't just fund that. What? Yeah, fuck ass boat. Like, and then has the nerve to go, you gotta save more. Yes, great. Well, I'm paying $3,000 a month in rent. You have no rent. What do you... I can't. Sometimes I can't save. Like, you don't have to pay rent. Bro has interesting takes. I know. I know. I know he means well, but like... just... Yoo-hoo! The audacity. I know. It was funny because there was a time where I... Yoo-hoo! Careful, the balls are everywhere. Godspeed. He might kill me. I really gotta go.
Let's take that metro entrance.
Yeah, there was a time where I think I was with my boyfriend or something, and I think he asked for money, and I'm like, I can't give you $50. Like, the best I can do is 20. Like, I don't have spare money. And I didn't, without thinking, I just sent it. And then my boyfriend was like, why'd you send it? And I was like, I don't know. He's like, you shouldn't have sent that. Why'd you send that? And I'm like, and that's when I realized, I was like, I don't know why I sent it. I don't know. I just felt bad that I did it. But it was like funny. Not funny. Well, it was. It was kind of funny hearing him say that, because you don't realize that you're not doing the right thing until someone from, someone that doesn't know the situation tells you that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't making me feel bad for it. He was just like he looked like a puppy dog. He was like, why'd you send that? I was like, I don't know why I sent it. I don't know why I sent it. But yeah, it was a wake up call for sure. I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, exactly, Jeffy. They always have like an opinion. When it's like, I don't know, when they do something similar or they have, or it's more extreme on their end. And you're like, hang on. How can I get over here? No, real. Real. It's like stuff like that. And I hate even saying this. Because I'm not meaning to say it with any ill will or anything. But like, my stepdad would rather have jumped off a cliff than been like, can I have 20 back? Like he wouldn't, like, he would never. Oh, God. Talk about a rough day at work, huh, fellas? Yep, that did. I splattered on the ground. Not good, I tell ya. The plasma. Dylan, exactly. Hi, Dinky. How are you? But yeah, no, I got to get better with that. For sure. Oh, you scared the shit out of me.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Chill. Just
No.
look for pops and takes time during the trials.
Oh, nice. Oh, what a cutie. If only he knew I was stacked in here. That's actually huge if this works. Studying for exam tomorrow? Yeah! That's my goal! Good luck, doll. Not that you need it, because you're great. Damo. Have I seen Cold Boy before? That sounds familiar. Guys, look. That's juicy. Wow. That's so silly. I love it. Okay, let me see if I need any of those for... Let's see where I'm at trials. Ooh. I'm getting demoted? Okay, I only need... $48K. I have 25K. Oh my god, I'm getting demoted. I don't need that. What? Okay, we can definitely get better with this, for sure. We can get 10K for plants. We can definitely get wasps. This I still think we can do better, and bastions we can do better. I need Chris to jump on. I'm getting demoted. We have 3 hours. When are we locking in? Oh my god. Okay, well that's that. And then what about projects? What are we at here? Yay, commit resource. Nice, 3 more modular things. And then trophy display. Oh, we still need pops. What? I knew it. I knew we needed tick pods. Okay, good to know. We have this. We have this. Also, Marie, hello. I messaged him this. I'm getting demoted. We have 3 hours. When are we locking in? Can I make these things? Frequency modulation boxes? I feel like Shani has some. Probably not. Or Celeste. No.
Be a good neighbor and don't make too.
Shush, please. Oh, I can make electrical components? What the hell? Hell yeah. Medical areas. Boo! But fair. Huge. Processors. Easy.
Forgot
Yeah.
something? Make good use of that.
Making sure grenades comes in handy for wasp and hornets. True. I'm so bad at throwing them. I will make some though. I'll see grenades. Oh, I knew what you said. How funny. How funny. I did the right ones anyway. Locked in. Oh, that sound is so good. Thank you, Ghoul. My birthday princess. Yes, bitch. Sorry. Guys, wish Ghoul a happy birthday. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday officially, right? You throw them anywhere and they'll lock on? Oh, nice. Okay. Happy birthday to you. I need Chris to lock in. Where is he? Oh, that's nice. Let me repair. Oh, I got track resources. Okay. Do I do another one? Where is this man? Get on, Chris. Now. Yes. Yeah. Chug a Red Bull vodka, bitch. Already have, bitch. Lock in and call me. Okay. Guys, we need this. We need this. I still have I still have half of this. I wish I had nuggets, but it's not necessary. You know, I want gamer food where it's crumbly enough that I can just be like, but it's not like I'm not sopping with juice. You know, I just want a nugget. I want nuggets. Here he is. Yep.
Yep.
We have to. I'm being demoted, Chris. We need this.
Well, you're in demoted mode right now.
I am. We need wasps, plants. We gotta do this.
So yesterday, there's a clip that happened yesterday.
Yes. See.
What's his face? It was me, Saint, and John Cheetos.
Yes.
And Saint brought in, I think, like 10 snitch scanners and then 5 or so wolf packs. We spawned in a ton of shit with the snitch, and then he threw 2 wolf packs and it killed everything. And we got like 5,000 points immediately. It was sick for the trial.
We need like plants. We can get 10k. We can get 10k wasps for sure.
Yeah.
We gotta lock in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm desperate. I don't want to be demoted.
Grinding trials, all grinding trials and giggling. Maybe.
And maybe.
Okay.
Trials.
You got a Red Bull?
Yeah, I do.
All right, I just took an edible, so I'm gonna be tired.
Why'd you do that? We have to lock in.
Oh shit.
No, you didn't.
I took a 7 instead of a 4.
What? You're gonna log off in an hour.
No, I'm not gonna log off.
Chris.
In an hour? What do you mean?
You just took an Eddie. You're out.
Who cares?
But
I can't have fun anymore.
No, I want to play at least 3 hours with you.
3 hours? No, I'm joking. I didn't take an Eddie. I'm ready to. I got 4 hours in me personally.
Oh, I
3.
got 6.
Oh yeah, I got 15.
Yeah, well, I got 20.
You don't even know how to count to 20.
Shut up.
Wait, I'm gonna go piss.
Okay, drain the main vein.
Be right back, guys. If Carla bothers you, let me know.
All right.
Wait, I'm gonna full mute you so you can't self promo.
I would never. I'm not you. Little does he know. Little does he know. Wait, can you guys hear me? Wait, hold. No, we can't. Oh, shit. Please bother us. Oh, you can hear me? Oh. Mute Chris. Fuck. Guys, what prank should we play on him? He'll know if we do the laughy one. I guess we could still do the laughy one. Because he'll be like, you didn't say anything. You just told them to laugh. But like, then we win because we called it. So maybe just do different like laughs. And then if he goes, you just told them to laugh. You're so predictable. You just told them to laugh. Then we win. So just spam some laughs and see if he notices. Well, no, he will. Yeah, it's good. That's good. Yeah, good. Nice. Oh, that's a good one. Not the part. That's so funny. That's so funny. He's gonna be like, Carla, you told them to laugh. Oh, the clip it's good. Sal, the clip it's good. That's really smart. Yes. Ooh, I like these guys. You're so original. That's really nice. Yes. Oh, yeah. Gee whiz, you are so... Not the gee whiz. That's so funny. Not the... Had to be here. Oh, look at him. Look at this tall fuck grabbing a drink from his mini fridge. Must be nice. All right, play it cool, guys. Play it cool.
Let's see what we got.
What drink did you get?
Buried City Night Raid. We could do that if you want.
Oh, nice. Night raid?
Yeah, I mean, we do that.
Okay. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to do wasps or ticks or all of it?
Maybe we could go for ticks and we just go around the map trying to kill like all the ticks, and because Buried City has a ton of stuff.
True. That's a nice hoodie.
Thank you.
That's right. He's ignoring it on purpose. He's ignoring on purpose. Hi, Physics, by the way, and Hooli. Hello. He's ignoring on purpose. I know he's sort. He's just ignoring it, which is fair. That's valid. Okay.
Carla, how long do you think chat's gonna try to act like you said something funny until they give up?
What do you mean? Just admit.
How long do you think they're gonna try
why
to keep the ruse going?
can't I be a funny gal? Like, what do you mean ruse?
You know exactly what the hell I'm talking about.
I don't know shit, Chris. Why can't a gal, just whose birthday is in a week, by the way,
Guys,
just
so
make
here's what's
someone
gonna happen.
laugh?
He's gonna come back, and you're gonna act like I said the funniest fucking thing you've ever heard in your goddamn life, okay?
You know
He's
what?
gonna fall for it and think it's so funny.
No, you know what I actually did? I was like, do it, because he's gonna come back and go, oh, you know what we did? She's gonna say blah blah blah, and I'm like, if he says that, I win, so therefore I win, because we knew you were gonna say that.
But the thing is, I took a while to act like I didn't notice because I knew that was.
I know, and that's what I told them. I told my chat, I'm like, he's.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, because someone goes.
But then, but
someone
I
goes,
didn't. But here's.
No,
but
no,
you know
no,
what? But also,
shut
but this,
it,
and also
Melbs.
but that.
He said, everyone said, oh, he's oblivious. I'm like, no, he's purposely ignoring. Like, we know you too well. More importantly, I know you too well that I can craft everything you're trying to do.
And you know what's crazy? Check this out. I called this. I wrote it on my phone just now saying you would do this.
Shut the fuck up.
Look at this, dude. I literally wrote this word for bar for bar. Look.
What do you mean? You're typing it right now.
Fucking got you. Okay. Let's get some. Actually, what's the best item for killing ticks? Actually, I'm just gonna bring this in.
What the hell? This is crazy.
Okay. Secret grenades, ticks, pops, and bops, and what else? What else are you doing?
We'll do wasps, ticks, fireballs.
Okay.
Let me get secret grenades. All right.
Should we get another person in here, or should we just do two for now?
Let's just do two for now, and then if people join later, like we'll get Sane in and just you know,
Yeah.
go crazy style. All right, let's just do that.
I can make a wolf pack. Nah, we should.
Nah, we shouldn't. There's
Nah, that'd be
there's
stupid.
different ducks, but the next duck one is at 7 my time. So there's only like 3 sessions a day, which is so I can't get over how stupid that is. I hope they change it.
Hearing
What?
you used to call something stupid so funny.
Why?
Because I feel like you're not really negative ever. I can't get over how fucking stupid that is.
Well, like
It's just so good.
it's not really negative. It's just the truth. Like I saw this
No,
Reddit
no,
thread.
it's true.
And
Yeah,
it was like
it's really
people who
dumb.
work
People are like,
that are like,
yeah, people are like, I haven't seen one because I
yeah,
have a job.
because one's at 3 a.m., one's at 11, and then one's at 7. So what's the
Yeah.
joke? You know?
Alright. Do you want to go on Aussie or mine for this?
Ooh.
Let's do some Aussies.
Yeah, let's do some Aussie. They've been nice today.
We'll see.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be aggressive because I want to actually get these things done. So let's try to like.
Yeah, I'm
actually,
only aggressive if they start shooting.
Yeah, same. You call me a tall fuck?
Did I?
Shoot on sight? No, the opposite of that. For sure.
Hi, Split.
Ooh, I'm cold.
Are you a cold little boy? Woo!
Bro, I'm not because Bobber isn't here.
Sorry.
Guys, 9-hour stream 9.5 hour stream yesterday. 2 clips. One of them because I said someone's name. It's over.
This is such
We're
a
done.
funny meme at the moment.
We're done.
Pack it up.
Pack it the fuck up.
Cancel Japan.
It's over. Japan, I can't go.
I
Go to
can't
Japan.
go
We're
anymore.
clipless.
Yeah, it should just be like
You
every
found
2
MK
hours.
blueprints earlier?
Oh, okay, Flex.
Yeah, like why would they build up this whole ass? Ew. Sorry, the lag is crazy. Why would they build up this whole event and then give it to us barely?
Well, that's why, like, I love this game with my whole ass. So do you. But, like, I get because the ducks are, you know, valuable, but you still get shot on sight. You still have to work for the ducks. Do every 3 hours if you got to. Not
Dude,
7.
They're honestly making it so the duck, like the Bird City duck maps, are super fucking aggressive because people want the ducks, so people are fighting for them.
Yeah, but like,
Because you're barely get on the map.
I would take every 4 hours. 7?
7, it's like what's the?
That's redonk.
That's less than 3 a day.
It is 3 a day.
Yeah, that's math.
Lance's mixtape. Ooh.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the looting here is incredible because it's nighttime. But for trials, this is atrocious.
Oh yeah, shit. Why am I here? My bad.
No, it's fine. You get Lance's mixtape.
Lance's mixtape. Let me hear the sound again.
Yo, Gay Fly Girl, thanks for the 35 months, almost 3 years to the Burger Shack on twitch.tv/ChrisWellburger.
Wow, that's really good, Chris. I'm really happy for every member of the Burger Shack.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right, we should probably...
Oh, Lance's mixtape. Let me shove that in there.
Wait, shove it.
All right. Now I'm down to actually cook on.
Yeah, we
other
should
things.
go to our thing.
Okay. Wait, I think there's balls over here actually. Yeah, right here.
Okay. Balls. Is that wasps here too? Uh-oh. Oh. They got me behind a wall. What the hell?
What are you fighting?
A wasp. For another thing.
Oh.
Serene, hello! Thank you for the raid! That's my guy!
What's up, Toilet Cocaine? How are you today, dude?
Get them balls! How was your stream? And Burb, I
How
always
are the,
have room for
clunts
you.
today in this day and age?
My absolute goats. They're so goated.
Can you tell him I said hey and I miss you?
Aww. You're extra parasocial today. I love that.
Oh,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I just knew you'd say that.
that sucks.
I'm sorry.
I'm booting up Fortnite.
No, stay. You're so sexy. No, we need to.
Buried City Town Hall key? Wait, do we use it right now?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go. Let's go
Alright, putting it
right
in
now.
my safety pocket.
Let's go.
Okay. I feel like I never get keys for the map that I'm on.
Yeah. Are you coming with me? Come to the zip line.
Yeah, let me just breach this thing real quick.
Okay. Warzone, yeah. Sorry, I was so distracted. Thank you for the raid. Sorry, I thought someone was there. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, where are you?
Okay, I'm here. There's a zip line. Someone just died. Come on, we gotta go. I'm scared.
Toilet, you made the decision to change your username, man. I just read what I see in chat.
People are dying. People are dying. Chris, come over here.
Oh no, come here. Don't die.
We gotta lock in. Oh, you went the... Another one?
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Are you being shot? What the hell?
Yeah, I'm getting shot currently.
By who?
Robot.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
People are dying, Cam.
Rubber ducky.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Oh, there's a rocketeer up my...
Hole, let's go this way.
I'm gonna go in this.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Ooh. What the hell? I'm scared.
Got a pop.
Okay, we're doing it. Are you finishing? He doesn't even react sometimes. I love it. Thank you so much for the biddies. How are you, doll? That's really nice. How are you?
Okay.
Oh. Hold.
My only clip of the night is gonna be you call me a tall fuck.
Yeah, but it's funny if you look at the clip.
I don't have time to do that. I'm locked in.
We're fine.
Let's see.
What the hell? I'm good. Thank you.
Where are
I'm
you?
real good. I'm coming your way. I'm just trying to kill things.
I said, where are you? You said good.
Oh, sorry.
Shots.
It's me.
Is that you shooting someone?
I'm trying to...
My
Oh, that
God,
was
this
huge.
fucking rocket's here.
Oh my god, I'm
Oh!
dying. What? Where are you?
Whee! I'm fucked.
No, you're not.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually just dead. You're
What?
gonna have to come get me because this rocketeer's on my ass. What do you mean, what?
Oh, fuck. I have a bombardier up my bombardier.
I'm going over here. Oh, you died also? Perfect!
I had a bombardier!
Kiwi
Wait, I have the,
Clopro just subscribed.
I have the survivor thing.
7
I can
months
leave.
back I was
Go
in
leave.
Dublin
Do
for
that.
comfort because I got fired.
know
Tomorrow
where to
I
go.
finally start a new job. So thankful for chat and you, Carla, for getting me through
Chat,
tough
how do I-
times.
does anyone know the way to
Now
crawl?
wish me luck on my first day.
I'm proud of you. New job. Long time coming. That's amazing. What the hell? Sorry about the death, guys. My bad. But it's
That's fine.
okay. I'm proud of you. Thank you for the
Oh my
biddies
God.
as well.
Is that the fucking...
And thank you for 19 months. Oh, I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. It's
gonna
always
take a
rough
while.
when you're in between jobs, you know? I'm so
I
excited
have
for
the
you.
survivor thing, so I could like literally
Does anyone
crawl,
have a
like-
defib?
But I don't know if it's gonna be open or not.
Anyone at all? I don't really have anything special, but I'd rather not die. So if anyone has a defib, you let me know. I'm dying. Feels like a good job and good pay. Oh, yeah. Proud of you. That's awesome. And also, App, have a good night. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you for hanging. I appreciate you. Oh my god, what the hell? Let's try to party with chat. I know, but then when we see each other, it'll be even more special. Look at us.
Will this open if I walk this way? Or crawl, rather? No?
I'm dead.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the resub. I
Sick.
appreciate it, guys. You can do it on the other one, right? But it'll just take extra long. The one I went
That's
to, I
like
think,
such
was
a-
open. I'm willing to wait. If you...
This is just so stupid because I have to just wait until my health goes up just to maybe get out.
What do you have? Do you have anything like good?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of diamond shit. And my guns. I kind of want like all my guns.
Start yelling at people.
Help!
I didn't hear you in game. I believe. I got the crickets. Also, Kara, thank you for that clip. Wait, I want to hear this.
I don't know where to. I don't know. I think I might just leave. I don't know. I think I might just
Not
leave.
the had to be here. Oh,
Like,
look at it. Look at this
the
tall
round.
fuck grabbing a drink from his mini fridge. Must be nice. All right, play it cool, guys. Play it cool.
I have no idea where to go.
Not the. Whoopsies. Not me calling him a tall fuck, guys. I'm a good guy.
Eastern Station is 27. That's the one that I went to, but it wasn't open.
Oh, bowl and a haircut. We do need to put our
Yeah, fuck
haircut
this.
on.
I think I managed to get a few things out though, which is good.
Yeah, I think I have the mixtape in my butt.
Oh.
We'll take that. We'll take it.
Oh, I got the Buried City Town Hall key still.
Oh, so we can actually do a run with that. We should.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We gotta lock in on trials. I keep forgetting.
Bro's getting demoted still for sure.
No, no. Don't say that.
Sorry.
When there's a 2 times on Blue Gate, we should go there and harvest more.
Yeah, I'm down.
So what do you wanna make a thing for? What's our vibe?
Let me see what the options are. We still got Night Raid for Buried City. I mean, we should just kill.
The pops and the ticks and the fireballs.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
wasps too. We gotta lock in on wasps. Cause there's heaps.
Yeah, I mean, we have to choose one or the other. I feel like.
True. Well, I know the Galleria and the hospital will have heaps, and they're next to each other, so we should really just focus on that.
Okay. Let's bring in just the Venator, I guess, since that's all I really want to bring. Heals.
You know this door hatch closes as easily as it
Shields.
opens, right?
No. Let's see. Can I upgrade this? Medium gun parts.
That's so unnecessary, but I'm gonna bring that. Night Raid you can't use.
Make sure to get your daily guitar to sell from Shawnee.
Oh.
You need 20k to get promoted if your Daredevil 2's your peak. Dude, Sam, the Bobcat is my fucking
Pulling your
shit.
weight,
I
Raider.
loved it yesterday.
Hmm.
When we go like degen mode and do some PvP later,
Yeah.
if you're down, I'm gonna bring the Bobcat out and show you a thing or two with it.
All right. I have a bobcat too.
So fun. You got one
Should-
also, dude. It's so good.
Put on the bowl cut.
Right now?
Oh,
Or
we're
for
not.
later.
Okay, we can save it.
Oh, no worries. No worries, man. All good.
Don't worry about it.
I need to get a hold on gun shop.
Okay. Bowl cut boys coming out later.
I need 3 steel springs. Can I make springs in my refiner? Nope.
Yippee. We can definitely.
Sorry, I just need to.
I think honestly, if we see wasp, we should shoot them too because.
Yeah, I'm down.
Because
I'm just making a bunch of shit because I lost all my heals too.
Yeah.
Definitely bring a defib in as well.
I already have one on. Way ahead of you. All right.
Need 2 more steel springs.
Oh god, these ducks are so good. Can't wait for
Go
7
back.
p.m.
What's happening at 7 p.m.?
Bird City.
Nah.
I had some nice people off stream.
Oh, you did you actually?
Yeah, off stream. They were really lovely. I'm down to do that with Saint later, Dill, if we don't beat our high score.
Wait, I'm gonna bring the buried town hall key just in case we want to do it if we get close to like the spawn.
Okay.
But if not, no worries.
We got to go to Galleria and the hospital for the balls.
Yeah. We'll see where we spawn. That'll be our journey, I guess.
Our journey.
Because there's also ticks and balls in the
Houses
town
and...
hall as well.
Oh, okay, cool. And also the extraction.
Okay.
All the train stations. Ticks and balls. Exactly. All right.
Stop sucking.
I can't be demoted, guys. I can't be. I can't be. 23 days. Oh no. How long do you have for the expedition? Once the window opens? Will I be able to do it before when I'm back? That's the 25th. And then once it opens on the 25th. How long do you... Is it a week after that? Oh, it does, Chalk? Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. You're going to be promoted. Lock in. No, we need to. We need to. If I get everything to 10k, I'll be promoted. Which I know I can do. 23 days plus 7. Okay. So I should be able to send out my expedition. Because I'm back on the 27th. And then my next stream... My first stream back is...
Alright. We lock in. We need to get some points here, gamers. We need
my
to lock
Monday.
in.
So that's fine, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, it should be fine. Alright, where do we spawn?
Let's go to the town hall.
We're kind of close to...
Go to the town hall.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. By the way, I think when we're back from Japan, we will literally have to lock in straight away for the expedition.
Yeah. We're almost gonna have like barely any days to do it, I think.
I think we got to finish the expedition like tasks, at least, and then when we're back, we'll do like the last stuff, like the money stuff.
People shooting.
Doggo. Really
Those
bad.
wasp or hornets
Oh,
in
I
front
did.
of us.
Oh right, hey, I was very late.
Hornets. No wasp. I'll shoot the wasp. Okay.
Oh.
Oh fuck, there's a bastion right there.
Down there.
Let's...
We
not
could
gonna
kill
do
it
that.
quick. We could kill it quickly.
We could kill it? What do you mean we could kill it?
I
Do
don't
you have
know.
items to kill that thing?
No.
I
Really.
didn't bring shit for that thing.
No, you're right.
Yeah. People...
Okay, hold. Goonage. Wait, doggo. How'd you know? I'm joking.
A lot of shooting and fighting going on, it sounds like.
My stamina. Come near.
Sounds like there might be people already in here fighting. Or
You
in
never
the,
know.
No, there's I hear balls chasing people in there.
Oh, someone died really
Actually-
quick.
I'm in.
Okay, wait. I'm coming.
Did you bring anything to
Did you unlock
I used
it?
it, yeah.
Okay.
No, I locked it again, but you could open it.
I'm coming.
Did you bring any door blockers or anything?
No, I didn't.
Shit. We gotta loot quick and get out of here.
Yeah.
Just that? Are you kidding me?
Ooh.
Nighttime. Wolfpack! Deadline! Wow, wow, wow! Bang, bang, bang. Sure. Sorry.
No, get it out.
These nighttime raids are so good for... Venator 2? Sure!
Okay.
Yeah, I'll use that as my main. Thanks.
Sure.
Another secret grenade? Yeah, I'm down.
Mickey, no, you're cool, babe.
That
How
sound
about
breaks
that?
out of lurk every time. It's so good. Dude, this has been an absolute treat.
The noises are so good.
Holy shit. Is that you running around?
Yeah.
Upstairs? Did
Hmm,
you get the
there's nothing
weapon case and everything?
I got the weapon case, but there's not much else up here. Oh, Wolfpack? Okay, sure.
2 wolf packs in the same? Okay.
Sure thing, sure thing.
We could use our wolf packs actually that we just got for free.
Yeah.
On random shit for additional damage and stuff.
I agree. Yo, your loot
Looted
lock's
everything
been
else?
kind of crazy. Yeah, but I might have missed some.
What's up, Mo? Oh, there's a breach right here that you missed, but it's probably nothing.
Is that you? Oh, can I open it to hear the noises?
Nah, there was nothing.
Oh.
I was
I
hoping
love
that something
breaches.
would have popped up just as a joke.
Real. Alright, let's do what we came here for.
Did you make a grilled cheese with soup? Yeah.
Oh
A
my
grilled
god, what the
cheese.
hell? I love
Toasty.
grilled cheese. Someone's close.
Yeah, I can hear him. Do we want to go out the front or through the back? Vibes.
Maybe front, but we should leave like now.
Oh, I'll get this bag for heals. An El Toro? Sure. A random ass fucking thing. You get all the stuff down here too?
I didn't get much. I'll try this. And then we should go to...
Is this door open always like this? There's a guy!
Wait.
Oh my god, bro. On my fucking ass. The door was wide open.
Oh no. Damn it. I didn't hear him come in. What the hell?
Did you not see the door open or...
No, I didn't hear
It
them.
was right open, bro.
What?
Bro, that sucks. There's no loot left, boys. You wasted everything. No worries, though. GG's.
Oh no. Well, at least I put it in my safe pocket.
That blows ass. I hit a Venator 4?
Oh shit. Yeah, we got to use the door blockers for sure. What the hell? Undecided, hello. Doggo, I'm good, doll. How are you? Hello. What other maps do we have? What has ×2 stuff on it?
Just Buried City's the only ×2.
Really?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
I'm doing a free kit. I got nothing.
Okay, I'm not, and I know I shouldn't. But I'm just gonna go in, and I'm just strictly trying to hit those stupid balls and ticks and stuff.
I'm having a California chicken pizza.
Oh, what?
That's
No, I
annoying.
want pizza. Okay. I'm going to the Galleria. Morgan! I wonder how long they're in there for. I didn't hear them. Damn.
I'm happy I put the 2 best items that I got in my pocket. That way that no one got them.
Yeah, same. Us for real. Cause our birthday's in a week. Oh. Ooh. I'm excited. Okay. I'm gonna go straight to the Galleria.
Okay. I have a rattler, luckily, so I'll be of a big help.
Oh, good. We're so back. I know, where's time gone? Morgan, right? Truly, though, it's kind of scary if you think about it.
Just got off the game to watch more of the game.
How we're already in Feb. Kind of scary. I mean, of course it is, but time, man. I'm scared. But I am excited. But oh my god, time. It's still so sexy. You know, time is crazy. Honestly, I get, I'll be like, alright.
You think they'll ever have a trial for, like, Raider damage or Raiders knocked?
Ooh, that would be...
And maybe people go PvP mode?
That would be crazy. The Great Milkening. Oh my god, imagine. I do have... So they gave... So my discount thing has reset.
Alright.
But I want to see if this is a glitch, because last year they gave us 7 sessions, like 7 tokens to use, and we only have 3 tokens this year. So I thought I'd save them for my birthday stream. But like, what?
Can you hear me in game real quick? Yo, what's up, dude?
Hello?
Did you? Okay, cool.
But we got 7 last year, so I'm like, why are they reducing it to 3?
Well, those guys are...
So...
There's people fighting
yeah,
right here.
I don't know why.
They're getting all the balls and stuff, by the way.
Stinky cute. Happy anniversary. Love.
We maybe want to kill these guys if they're right here for, like... Since I'm a free kid, or do we want to do the trials?
I could do the wasps, but...
The person right there.
Oh, really? Up to you. What do you want to
Yeah,
do?
mark them. I can't tell if they're friendly or not.
Hello. Friendly.
Oh, they're friendly. They cleared all the balls though. So.
Maybe they were getting the plants.
Nah, the balls are dead in there.
Maybe we should do wasps then.
The fuck? Wasps are good with that strat that Saint does.
Yeah. Well, I should try this. I don't know if I did that right.
I'm in the hospital. Hello? Ball. Sure. Took some damage? No worries, huh?
Oh!
You okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh my god. Whee! Oh my god, Stinky collecting anniversaries. like, what's the Infinity Stones? And I mean that with all my love. That's amazing. Congrats, doll. That's my god. Yeah. But no, seriously, congratulations. Teehee alien, I miss you. What the fuck? How are you? That is also my goat. Yeah, squeeze that thing. Squeeze that thing. Squeeze that thing is wild comms, and I stand by it. What are we at? Are you okay? Oh, I said it on the wrong channel. Oh my god. Not the wildest thing you've added. No, actually that's pretty tame. Ooh. Yes. Come on, give me a fun noise in here. I'll take it. Won't say no to that.
I kind of want to leave. I have like a lot of stuff and it's a free kit.
Yeah, fair.
Is that crazy? Because there's nothing going on.
No, you're right.
Oh, this is close. Okay, let's go down here. Let's go to that metro.
Metro.
Young metro.
Good night,
Beautiful morning.
Get a good sleep.
Oh, you going up?
Oh, didn't know I could go up.
I think there's people near us.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm looking for a security breach. There's sometimes one over here.
Let me see if there's any... Oh, there's some loot. Let's see.
My favorite, honestly, some of my favorite moments is when I loot a body that I didn't even bother killing. Like, that just happened to be there.
Oh, yeah.
And they end up having a crazy amount of stuff. And you're like...
I agree.
I'll take this and leave.
Just free loot. I'll just see if there's some loot in here and then I'll... But feel free to head to Stash and leave. Yippee!
I'm going down, by the way, into the subway.
Okay.
Or metro, I guess. What do you guys call it where you're at? Metro, tube?
Train station.
Train station. That's like the most normal answer.
Yeah.
Like you guys got Florby Dorbs and Slippery Dips, and you're like, train station.
True. Hi, Goobs. My goat. Do we show Chris the boo or did I miss it? Wait, which one diet? No, you're the goat. Oh my goodness. Don't get me started. Subway. My new emote? Oh. Chris, I gotta show you something. Chris, I want to show you something.
What's up?
Where are you? Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Friendly, yeah. Get in here.
No, we're good.
we're trying to get that bomb beer down here. You guys are good. Thank you though.
Okay.
All right, take care, Butt County.
Did you like my emote? You went quiet.
Yeah, because I made a face.
Oh, okay.
It kind of sounds like you, which is weird.
Oh, great.
Sorry. Sounds like you playing John Pork.
I saw that.
Chicken Bake
Your
Gooner
son.
and John Pork Jr.
Perfect.
What the hell?
Reese, no.
See, that was a good
I'm
run.
Sorry.
Better
It
do my
was a
specs,
good run.
probably. Yeah.
All right, we got to lock in on trials. Why don't we do?
What kind of mouse do you use, by the way?
I use Logitech G705. It's for petite hands. It's really great.
I had a Logitech G502 for the longest time, and I loved it.
Yeah, I'm a fan now.
But now I have a Glorious O. I said it
Really?
first time chat. That's why I'm talking about it. Dude goes, Chris, girlfriend and I are having an argument. What What kind of mouse are you using? Is that a Glorious or no? I was like,
Not
wait,
the
yeah,
argument.
it is. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
That's funny.
it's like one day they don't talk for a week after because of this. I'm like, oh, great. Look what we started over here, man.
What
The
two times
only
do we
thing
have
is Night Raid.
on?
Oh, Night Raid Spaceport after, which is good.
Let's look at our thing. What is?
Hold on, let me build. I'm gonna
doable?
build a little bit of a
Why don't we do wasps? Or
No,
what
we gotta save those with Saint.
Okay. What can we do then?
Nothing. I'll keep it a stack. Not
Well,
much.
Can't we do bastions? And rocketeers?
Yeah, but those are also like big boys.
We can do that. We're just gonna bring some wolf packs in.
How many you got? I don't got any of those.
Yeah, you have one, don't you?
I got one.
Yeah, bring in one.
And then what? A deadline also?
Yeah, because we can do a bastion and a rocketeer, and then any extra we have.
Honestly, we could take out a bunch of stuff if we go on the top of Buried City because we have 6 minutes left.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, let me get a pharaoh. I'm gonna cook real quick and make a little load out here.
Okay. Guys, I'm hungry. But I'm not.
Trailblazers are very good. If you can get out a bastion up close and just shove it right there, you're set.
I'll bring 3.
You're bringing 3 wolf packs?
3 wolf packs, or 2 wolf packs, 3 trailblazers, 2 seeker grenades.
I'll bring 3 wolf packs also. How about that?
All right, fine.
I just made some because I have the blueprint now.
Same. I can actually do that as well. Wait.
Nice. Vic, I know, right? Should I bring the Aphelion in? Nah, that's crazy. 2-round bursts.
Do you have a zipline?
Let me see if I
hungry.
can
I'm
make one.
dead.
I'm making 2.
2 ziplines?
I'm gonna bring a lure grenade in as well.
Okay.
They are very good comms. Let me get this.
John Pork is a meme for me personally because of Liar's Bar, and that's Chris's character.
Liar's Bar.
Liar.
What else? Oh, the lure grenade. Okay. And then
If you're looking to
Pharaoh, honestly, should probably be fine. And then what else? What are you bringing? Dan? What's your gun gonna be?
A
there.
anvil. I had a bloody. My brain just stopped working.
Okay.
Sorry. An
No,
anvil.
that's okay. Angled grip for 1900. Yeah, sure. Trophy display. Yeah, I'm trying to do more of that as well. All right. All right, we should be good. Oh, I don't have any heals though. I almost forgot all the
heals do you
heals,
need?
dude.
Look fresh.
All of them. And a defib. I keep losing shit because we keep dying.
Okay, wait.
Last round was good though.
Hold. Let me cook.
All right, I'm set. Wait, let me get the defib also real quick here. Now we're set.
Can I give you the wolf packs and you throw them?
Yeah, if we get.
Here we go again.
So let's get up. Let's get up to the top of Buried City, and then we'll kill the Rocketeer like in really fast with the wolf pack. And then we could probably go kill a Bastion. I think there's 2 Rocketeers on Buried City actually, if we get lucky.
And then we can have a
We
Bastion.
go towards. Yeah, the Bastion.
And then we have a Bombardier.
If I can get up
too.
close to the Bastion, I could put a fucking deadline right up on him.
There's no leapers on here, right? So we're just doing Bastions and Rocketeers, I think.
I think there are leapers on Buried City sometimes.
Alright.
There are, but they often they get stuck a lot, because sometimes they'll land in the middle and then just like fall and self-destruct.
Yes. Liar.
Liar.
We should pick a new game to throw on the wheel. There's a few I've seen. But I won't say no to liars, Bob.
Which ones? Been making a lot of anvils? Nice.
Deceiver. Alright, let's go.
Plaza Rosa.
Alright, so...
Go to the hospital.
Going to the
Honestly,
hospital.
we should... Hospital is good, but there's also...
If there's something on the ground, we'll kill that first.
Yeah. There's sometimes
there's something there. What is that? Oh, never mind.
Hold
Just
on,
a hornet.
There, by the south tower.
I'm shooting it. I wouldn't mind getting a Rocketeer over here.
True. And then... Because I think we could get... Oh, we can do Wasp later.
Ooh.
Oh, I hear one. I hear it. I think that means a Bastion. Because if they're on the ground, we can get them... How do they, Hope no one's killing the Bastion.
Yeah, because I think it's only one and done. There's usually a Bastion in front of the town hall. Oh, there's a guy in front of me. What's up, guys?
We can be friendly. Hey, we can be friendly.
We want to be friendly.
Oh,
we're down.
We're already friendly. No worries. You guys do your thing.
We're just doing trials. I don't trust them.
Yeah, those guys.
They sound sus.
Yeah, those guys are fucking weirdos.
Where are you? Run with me.
Those are weird as fuck.
I don't know. It seemed very like, oh, oop, yoo-hoo. Nice shot. Where are you, Chris? We're so far.
You sound like a fucking NPC. Nice shot.
Nice kill.
Pharaoh's so stupid sometimes.
Okay. Yoo-hoo. Housekeeping.
Keep following me this way.
Okay.
You remind me of Tingle from fucking Zelda. With the yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo. Ooh.
Shots.
Where?
Shots.
Where?
I don't know. I just hear shots.
All right. I want to find a scary arc. Where are they? Leapers, Bastion, Rocketeer. Oh, it's over there, over there. We've got to get to it before someone else does. Oh, we've got a death.
We got a death.
Uh-oh.
Bonjour.
I'm scared.
Don't be afraid of the dark, Raider.
Toledo's asleep again. Fucking hell.
There's something in there.
Okay, that's the Bastion. How do I kill it? Do I just put a wolf pack on it or Trailblazers?
Wait, where? I can put a deadline right on its fucking thing. Hold on.
We need it before someone takes it.
Well, yeah, no. Where are you at?
I'm right here.
Down here. A bastion. Down there.
A Bastion.
Okay, wait. Check this out.
I'm checking.
Just don't die. Hold on. I gotta check this out. Keep having it shoot you. Keep having it shoot you. Shoot it a little bit. Shoot it a little bit. Shoot it a little bit.
Oh.
Okay. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh, someone's shooting me. No, don't.
Yeah!
There's a rat in here. Be careful. He's shooting. He killed me.
Oh, bro.
It's always the people who shoot you when you're just doing like an arc thing. He has a patina.
What?
Yeah.
Was it one of those guys?
I don't remember. But they were silent.
The fuck? Kill that thing so quick. That was sick.
At least my wolf pack, I think, is in my safe pocket.
Yeah, I have 2.
Yeah, I think that's one of my pet peeves is people who kill you from behind while you're fighting an arc.
Report them, or when you raid it, say, like, how was your last match? Didn't like it, PvP, and we'll get put into chiller lobs. Where's this guy even at?
He's right in there where I was.
Who's putting off fucking fireworks?
He's in that house straight ahead. Hi Rox, hi Crispy, hi Love. Thank you. That's cute. How are you?
Oh, there he goes. How'd that miss? This game sucks.
Oh, he coming. Behind you. On the left. Right, sorry. Fuck, I suck.
Bro.
Oh, I didn't have my mic on, thank God. I was gonna say fuck. I fucked it. I fucked it for him. Whew. Luckily I didn't hear that.
Neatdude.com. www.neatdude.com.
Hi, Sarah. Yeah, just get a plug-in before you die.
I'm gonna start doing that from now on, actually. Every time I kill someone.
Yeah, why not? They didn't get my wolf pack.
Oh,
Yippee.
those were new dudes.
The audacity.
Oh, round feedback. Fuck.
I did it. It's okay.
Yeah, but I wish I could have done it too. Oh well.
All right. What do we have in terms of maps?
Spaceport Night Raid, which is the same. We do the same thing again.
Spaceport. Oh, there's a few things on there.
Or we go Matriarch and Rat. I actually wonder if Matriarch is smart to kill other things that aren't the main boss and then just leave and get like a bunch of like
Well, that's what I mean. Surely they have like
But it's not double. It's not double though.
Then Spaceport maybe? Unless we want Matriarch.
Yeah, Spaceport's our only option.
Because Spaceport will have a Rocketeer and other things.
Wait, Locked Gate is great, but we still have 53 minutes. So.
Oh, nice. Let's just do Spaceport and try and get, like, we'll just go in and hunt the, like, no looting, just go straight for the Rocketeer. Thoughts?
I'm down. I'm bringing in 2 wolf packs again, and for that deadline on the other bastion was sick.
That was nice.
If you could bring a deadline in or make one, I could.
I have heaps
I could
of
go do it
deadlines.
on this. Yeah, bring like one or bring one in for now.
I have 2 wolf packs and a deadline.
Should probably bring an anvil in.
Good to see you.
Yo, Brandon, thanks for the prime Marino, dude.
Done deal.
My thing is, I hate doing all this work to build shit out just to like potentially
go
lose it
nicely
soon.
when I talk to myself.
True.
I need some simple gun parts. Let me get some of those.
You're so very welcome.
You're so very welcome. Oh, shoot. No states, no, but that sounds stressful. The hell? And Cammy, lurk away, doll. Sorry I'm so locked in trying to get this. I shouldn't do anvil. I should... Oh, I just realized I found that renegade, but I died earlier. God, my guns are withering away. Should I just do the... Should I just do this? It's so ridiculous.
Hey there.
Hey there. Okay. Alright, cool. We're gonna try our best.
If you had to choose between a cannoli or an eclair, what are you choosing?
Cannoli.
See, and that's what I knew about you.
Really?
It's just what I knew about you.
Okay. What about you?
The obvious, of course, cannoli.
Oh, okay.
No questions fucking asked.
No, I understand that for sure. Yeah, living with family can be really tricky because sometimes stuff happens.
I'm bringing
when
in a anvil. I'm not.
It
messing
really
around
shouldn't.
anymore. I'm tired of this shit, Grandpa.
You know? Yeah, it's tricky. I've definitely been there.
Okay. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. Let's see if I can make anything. My medical lab. Nope. Workshop. Traders.
Okay, baby hairs.
Boom, boom,
I have
boom.
so many honestly, they need to piss off.
Let me hear you say, way-oh. Boom, boom.
Way cute on everyone else, but why do mine get so long?
Then let me get one defib and then we're getting out of here, okay?
We're
We're making it out goddamn alive. I think I might need more heavy ammo though. Okay, so what are you bringing in?
2 wolf packs and a deadline.
Okay, I'm bringing in 2 wolf packs in as well. Any throwables? See if we can make any more grenades or anything real quick here. Then we're gonna start. I can make a 3rd wolf pack. I'm not going to. I'm bringing in 3 big boy grenades in case we PvP. All right, I'm ready to go.
Yes,
I'm gonna
Sarah,
save the rest of
me.
the wolf packs. What's up?
Oh, sorry. We're talking about baby
No, you're
hairs.
good.
Do you have baby hairs?
What do you mean?
Like around your hairline, like little small hairs?
No, those are called last ditch efforts with hymns.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
Okay.
Like baby hairs, like the little ones that kind of like just have like their cute little vibes, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have sideburns?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you? I'm joking. You do.
Yeah, but it's just my beard.
Oh, you have a huge sideburn.
Yeah, my whole face is a sideburn when you think about it.
True.
Great. I wonder how long your Cybirds can go. Like how low they can go.
Should I grow it?
Grow them out? Yeah, dude. Fuck it. Oh, we're 7 minutes in, so that's cringe.
Front burn.
Uniburn, true.
Giant burns. All right, let's go. We gotta find a Rocketeer instantly.
We just go straight. That's where they are.
Yeah.
Your eyes are the launch tower, Jet Raider.
Shani.
Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that Ark is twice.
I'm actually gonna start collecting these snitch scanners
Hey,
when we
Red.
get.
Sideburn lady.
Saying you trying to do locked gate again? Do the snitch scanner vibes?
We can even do
Yeah.
fireballs too.
Bro said, bro literally
Instantly.
is on the same page. Let's go.
Nice. We can do fireballs
Let's
on
go.
Lockgate too. And ticks.
We can do it all.
We can do it all.
But yeah, the way we're gonna do this is we get a bunch of snitch scanners. We can get a ton of wasps and just kill them all and get 1,000,000 points, and then
Okay.
also get Rocketeers as well, with hole crackers or something.
Whole crack. But I feel like a big juicy sandwich or nuggets or something.
Ooh, how about meat in the middle and get a chicken sandwich?
Ooh. Well, someone's leaving. Not on my watch. I'm joking.
I mean, we could.
Nah, it's okay. We really got to get this Rocketeer.
You know it's not even gonna be enough, right?
Yeah, but if we get a
We
Bastion
need, we need
as
to
well.
kill like a fuck ton of them.
Yeah, we can do that. The current score is
Yeah.
only just from 1. If we get a Bastion and a Rocketeer, we're so back.
My damage Rocketeers leapers is 6,300 right now.
Well, mine's not, so I can boost those numbers up.
Of course. Is that one right there?
By the launch towers.
Looks like
can't
the
see.
carcass of one.
A carcass?
I should grow a long beard. I've done that in the past. It's fun, but it's also like annoying.
Real.
I mean, like a really long beard. It also makes you look way older. But you do. I do look. I do feel like I look cool with a really long beard.
Oop. Oh, someone's dying.
Oh, someone's killing stuff also over there. Aw.
Run! We can totally get them.
Yeah, they're killing it with a fucking. They're throwing tons of grenades on it. Trying to get a. Oh, there's a guy right there.
Where?
But they're clearly doing trials, so I don't think we bother them. Unless they. Bro, isn't it crazy? My deadline killed it in 1 shot, and this guy's taking forever.
Yeah.
Looks like everyone's just fucking
I
chilling.
hit
over
someone
here,
for a
huh?
laugh.
Don't.
They're not dying. I just
Well,
want
now. Great.
I
I'm going
didn't
to
think
the top.
I didn't think it would hit.
Bro.
I know. That's
6.
okay. Oh, nice.
Is that you going up the zip line?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looting all this shit down here real quick. Angled grip.
For a laugh.
So, baby Chaya, we're grinding, man.
Someone's gonna
Ooh, a
be up here
magnetic
for sure.
converter, sure. A lot of shield recharges in here. I'll take those.
Was that someone or was I just scared?
You're probably scared. That's okay, though. I'm going up as well. Trust your gut, though. Do you think it was someone? Then it was.
It was either a shadow. Oh my god, this tick. It was either a shadow or I don't know. Let's find out.
What the fuck was that?
I'm scared, but I'm gonna try.
Yo.
Yoo-hoo!
What's up? Not much. You guys doing trials or what's your story?
We were just up here kind of scouting low key.
Real. Oh,
Yeah,
so
we're friendly. We're just trying to kill Rocketeers and stuff. Yeah, we're chill. I promise. Pinky promise. Yes.
Hope to die.
Bro yelled, "Cross your heart."
That's so funny.
Nah, these guys are good for it.
Oh my god, he means it is so funny. Oh my god.
Looking
he
for a
means it.
Rocketeer. There's a team out there like going nuts with like wolf packs and stuff, so they're probably took it out already. Dude, I think they are. It looks like a whole crew just like going
You
in
don't fuck
waves.
around with a pinky promise. You don't. That's real.
Yeah, you can't. And these lobbies are kind of. The last few I've been in have been rough. I've been getting killed for no reason. Bro's a baby. Yep. Bro's baby's crying.
Oh no. We're on the top. Ooh.
We jump over here.
Okay. Chris, don't. That's so cruel. You wouldn't be laughing if it happened.
No, I would have been laughing harder, I think.
Yeah, but you don't want me to die.
You're right. We need bastions, and are bombardiers on the trials?
No.
Yeah, I think they are, unfortunately.
Is this week the one with like the? I think it might be. No, because it's Leapers.
Yeah, it's Leapers, yeah. That's so mean. No, guys, it's funny.
Yeah, dude, I still need to do the fucking boss ones. I only have like the 2-star, I think.
Yeah, I feel like Rocketeers usually respawn, but I guess not. Do you have parachutes? No. Should I ask him what level his kid is at Ark? Nah, I'm joking.
Yeah, do it.
No, I don't. I feel like he probably doesn't. He probably knows that like it's crying, like the little guy's crying, and I don't want to make it like more.
Why don't I cry
strange
and
for him.
you ask about
No,
my baby?
no, no, no,
Oh,
no,
okay,
no,
sorry.
no, no.
Goo goo gaga.
Aim for the bushes.
Where's
Wait, do you
the-
think you could? Do you think you can go over this, stand on that, and then come back
Yeah.
over?
I can.
No, you can't.
You do it.
That was really cool, dude.
You
That
do
was
it,
actually
you do it.
so sick. No,
You
I'm
do
too
it.
nervous.
No, you do it. Come on. You got this.
Oh my god.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, I feel alive.
Wow.
Whoa.
Whoa.
All right, do you think you do it on this one?
Yeah. You go first.
No, you can't. That one's crazy.
No, you go first.
No, I don't want to. I don't give a shit, actually. No, Carla. God damn it. I'm out of here. I'm out. That's too scary.
That was scary. Oh my god. We gotta go down.
Bro, there's nothing to do, man.
We gotta find the Rocketeer.
Well, we can't. The whole lobby found it already. 8 times over. Maybe we just leave and reset with what we have.
Alright, come with me.
First time she hit that emote, you thought it was her voice, dude, right?
Woo!
Kill this thing. Thanks. I can't hit my goddamn shots. Let's go here.
Okay.
Head home at the central elevator.
Don't tell me what to do, Shani.
Oh, don't say Whiff City, Mare, okay?
Man,
God
come
damn
on.
it, man. Come on. My game's lagging.
Oh,
Pretty good run, though, for me.
I'm happy for you.
You getting good?
Rocketeer, Rocketeer, Rocketeer. How do I shoot at it?
Shoot it. Just shoot it with a fucking gun.
But like, how do I put the wolf pack? Do I just
Throw it high above it when it comes over. Is it in your point of view? You throw it above it though, okay? Like, did you do it?
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, I probably didn't then. If it didn't work. It hit it. Nice.
Yeah! Look, we killed it. And the other team tried and wasted a wolf pack on it. Another rocket! Alright, another rocketeer right here, dude!
Wait.
Ray, I'm shooting it. Come on, motherfucker!
Alright, come on.
You gotta get your rocketeers, your fucking wolf packs out and about.
Okay. Did you get it?
Oh, motherfucker! It hit everything else but the rocketeer. I'm in trouble.
Come back here.
I just die.
No.
I just die.
Run up here.
Yeah, I just die. I need help.
I'm here. Just come here. Come.
I can't. I have no purpose. I have no future currently.
Yeah, I'll shoot it.
Okay. Okay. Do you still have any wolf packs?
Yes, I have one. I gotta wait for it to come.
Okay. Shoot at it.
Where
It's on me. It's on my ass.
Can't see.
Throw it in the fucking air, Carla!
I can't see.
Throw the
There's
thing
smoke everywhere.
above
There's smoke everywhere.
Oh, you're right. I'm pinging it for you. I'm gonna ping it for you.
Okay.
Oh, help me, Lord. Did you throw it?
Yeah. It's done.
It's dead. Good
Nice.
fucking job. And we gotta leave before these
All right.
freaks probably
All right.
PvP us and
All
we
right.
lose our
All right.
minds.
Call it.
I'm gonna.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, this is awesome. Why did somebody spawn in at the last second? Loot all that shit. Get all the Rocketeer legs and stuff. I'm stressed but entertained. Well, good.
That's yep.
I think the best part is none of us overreacted there.
No, I actually stayed pretty calm for us.
Of course.
Give us another one. I have a deadline.
Give us another one there.
Go on then.
A deadline? What are you gonna do? The fucking deadline? Just yoink it, throw it up there like a pizza?
Exactly.
Like a pizza.
A pizza. I've arranged transportation. Oh, someone behind. Someone on the roof.
Where?
Careful. I just tagged it. Hi, King.
What's up?
You call it. I'll cover your 6.
How'd you guys'
I'll cover
trials
you
go?
guys.
Good?
Check this out. Oh!
they almost got you.
They did.
I shot the one guy in the head just for shits.
Oh! And for breakfast, a pizza.
Sometimes people do that for like the raider DP like damage experience, but you don't actually lose anything.
Nice.
But it is strange. Definitely a strange play. So that was not worth it for me, but I hope it was worth it for you.
It was
I
for
think
me
you got-
personally. Yes.
That's what it's all about here.
Yeah,
personally as well.
Um.
For me, not worth at all, but I had a lot of fun doing it, and I got a lot of actually good items too.
Yes.
Perf.
Um.
Let me sell some stuff here real quick.
I think I'm still getting demoted. Oh no, I'm not position 69, guys. Yes, I know. Don't be jealous. But I need to get 28. I need to get 20k more to get a promotion.
Okay.
We can definitely
Well,
do
luckily-
that with wasps and the harvesting and the other one.
The wasp thing, don't. We're cooking.
Yeah, we'll
with
do that with Saint, and then we can do
With
when
Saint,
we
yeah.
gotta. Oh wait, the lock gate actually has the plants, right? So we can do that as well.
We would do plants, and we would do
Wasps.
wasps.
And when is that?
That
30?
is in T-minus 33 minutes. So honestly, you know what we should do is collect a ton of snitch scanners and get ready for it, and other items for wolf packs and stuff. We could do Stella for ticks, but it's not 2 times.
What do snitch scanners look like? Why can't I find them?
They're weird. You get them off snitches. Yeah, ticks, fireballs, and pops I could do way better.
You can make most of these
Snitch
things yourself.
scanners. What are the snitch scanners?
Let's
do?
try to farm those because Saint doesn't have any. Buried City, honestly, let's do Buried City Lush Blooms, and let's just try to get snitch scanners, and also we could we could collect flowers and shit and see what
the
vibe
blue
is.
tubes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're the big blue circular white, like white and blue circular.
Right.
guys.
We can do that. Yes. Yes.
Tunnel and spaceport is good for ticks too, right? Yes.
Yeah, we'll do Oh.
Oh wow, Crispy gave Iron Lung a 4 out of 5. That's pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen a battle, one battle after another?
Have I seen?
Do you like it?
Do you like it? Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
I didn't know because you didn't review it on Letterboxd. So.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet. Did you review it? I want to see your review.
Yeah, I did.
Because it
I
won.
think I gave it a 4.5 or a 5 actually.
Didn't it win like a comedy award? And I was like, but it wasn't a
18
comedy.
minutes in. What's the fucking joke? By the way.
That's okay.
I know. It's just like what's the joke though?
What were we doing?
Snitch scanners.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Because if we have enough, we just spawn a million wops and we just kill them,
Did
take them
I
all out
say
with like
good
a
thank
few
you?
wolf packs and it's
Sorry
sick,
if I didn't.
trust.
How are you? Ooh.
Yeah, like I don't think it's gonna be the best move I've ever seen in my life, but I'm excited that a YouTuber is like branching out into cinema. Like feature
What happened?
films. Markiplier made a movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, called Iron Lung.
Oh.
That's a snitch. Perfect.
Grab that.
Yep.
Yippee!
Yeah, like I don't think it's gonna break any barriers, but it's not. It's cool that it's like people are enjoying it.
True. How
Yeah,
many
that's
stitches
that's
do we have?
amazing. That's the power of YouTube. How many do we need? The more the merrier.
As many.
Did they change the anvil to suck ass lately, or am I crazy?
I don't know.
Bro, no, I'm not even lying. Like, does the anvil feel like it's not hit? It's like weirder aiming wise.
Yeah, although I suck at anvil. Also,
Like, why are my
yes,
bullets
I love cars.
zipping by now?
I love looting a car.
Yeah, like I don't know. It feels like they made a slight change to it.
I believe you. Because you're goated with it, so if you're noticing a difference, then
Yeah, I have it as a 3. It's usually I think a 3 or a 4 feels fine. Well, so what up, ADL, dude? Fuck you.
indeed,
Do you know ADL?
Chris.
What? Have you guys ever hung out before?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you do
Putting
that to
putting
Sammy
on
and
the compensator? Oh, nice.
I. Where are the snitches?
Oh, there's a leaper over here.
Ah, yes. I love that I brought something in for it. We could still kill it though.
Yeah, we could if you... Bang.
Where's snitches?
Now's the mode. I was at 35. They're all over the place. I'm going to the hospital. They're sometimes over here too.
Oh, someone died. Oh no, what a
Let's
shame.
go investigate. Oh no, let me get their loot. I don't have a defib. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't either. I have one.
I don't have one either. I have two.
Oh, wait. I did
I'm
that
just
to
gonna have
someone once. I was like, oh, I don't have a defib, man. I'm really sorry.
Oh, there's a stitcher right here.
A skit.
The skint right here.
Skint.
Did we kill these guys or are we friendly? I don't know anymore.
Do I kill the leaper? No. it's not
I
worth
can
it.
shoot this guy in the fucking head. He's stealing his friend right now. Oh, I'm not.
Do
going
it then. Do it then.
Nah, I'm friendly.
Any money's gonna try and shoot me.
Wait. They don't know I exist yet. So if you're like, hey.
La 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 la. Where are they?
Like, hey guys.
Yoo-hoo, housekeeping. Someone just died?
Oh, someone else is shooting them.
Yeah, we should
shoot.
shoot.
We're gonna shoot the guys that are shooting them. This guy. That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, missed all my shots.
I'm shooting the guys who shot you. Don't worry, I'm shooting the guys who shot you. I'm shooting the guys who shot you. He's right here. He's right here. I see him. Carla, come down here. Carla, come down here. He's one shot down here. He's one shot down here. I headshot him. He's one shot down here. He's right here.
Someone on here. Someone on here.
Carla, he's gonna kill me, please, Carla.
There's another
Please,
person
he's gonna
shooting me.
kill
I'm coming. Where?
Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. He's down my ass, please.
Where is he? Where is he?
I was trying to be a good guy. I'm here.
Fuck. Ah. Shouldn't have gone down. Just trying to be good guys. Oh, I'm flopping. Ugh. And a guy shooting my ass up the top. Flop down. Got shot. Oh.
I got one snitch scanner though. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I revived one of the guys. And then
that's where you were.
I was right next to you, getting shot.
Nah, we were never near each other, man.
We're literally.
I'm going Stella wanted. I'm still in
we're
Stella free
close to each
loadout,
other.
and you have to do it too.
Oh, Stella, what loadout?
Stella free loadout. We're not doing trials.
Chris, don't be a dad right now.
No, we have to lock in. We are dying too often, and we're losing too much. We have to do a free loadout and get our.
We would have lost
sanity
that
back.
anyway. Like we were right next to each other. You dropped down, and I was getting
Yeah,
shot.
to kill the guy, who killed the other guy. Because there was
I know,
a
we
2v2
would've died
and we were
anyway.
the saviors.
I know.
Headshot the one guy with the anvil though. He was really close to death.
Do you have a trigger nade?
No, I have
Blueprint?
nothing. I lost everything.
No, do you have the blueprint? Probably, I think.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have like 3 of those. Actually, I think I have 5.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Great.
Oh
All right.
shit.
Free loadout. Bowl cut boys will bring us good luck? Maybe. It'll bring us luck or the opposite.
No, bring us like that. People love the bowl cut boys.
Chat or like other players?
Both.
Okay, I got a kettle.
All right.
Great. Drop my phone.
Turn up the phone.
Here we go. We do whatever we can on here.
Okay.
You know, I actually don't mind a kettle for a free loadout.
Yeah, true. I don't mind.
Pharaoh's
a Stitcher
good, but
too.
yeah, it takes way too long to load.
Yeah, the reloading's painful.
Are we going? Are we? I can't
I
tell
think-
if we're in fun lobbies or not yet.
I know. I think we have to be careful. I don't trust them.
Let's go check see what's going on over here.
I'm scared. We need lockgates so
I
bad.
think the Pharaoh's better for arc fights, but kettle's better for PvP.
Yeah. Sorry.
What the fuck was that? Did you just throw a
No, it was a
trailblazer?
fireball on your ass.
Oh.
They're over there. What should we do? There's people to our
Can't tell
left
if these guys
too.
are chill or not. Yeah.
Should I shoot?
I don't know. I don't even know what kind of lobbies we're in right now. Oh.
He didn't see me. Oh no.
What'd he say?
We're friendly.
Say
Don't
sorry. I
shoot
thought you were
us.
an arc. Say sorry. I thought you were an arc.
I don't know what that was. I'm just scared.
Are you guys friendly?
Yeah, you friendly? Nice.
Yeah.
Someone shot at me, but... Yeah, someone shot at me, but I think they're gone. Me when I lie.
Bro, you lied.
I know.
You're a liar. You so lied to those guys. That's awesome.
That's so funny to be like, yeah, someone shot at me.
Yeah, that's so weird. They're dead probably now, though. These lobbies where it's like you're not sure if people are friendly or not are almost worse than just PvP lobbies.
I agree.
It's like you build up the repertoire, you build up this whole persona, and then bang, you get fucking third partied or
friendly.
Yeah, they break your heart.
I'm scared.
I'm friendly. What the hell? Ah!
Are you friendly?
I'm friendly.
Show yourself.
Bro, I'm getting fucking killed by these losers.
Chris, where are you? I thought you were friendly. What the hell?
I am friendly. These guys are kicking my ass for no reason. And these lobbies blow ass. Everyone just says friendly and then they shoot you.
Where are they?
Up here. We have to go kill them.
Up there.
Oh, do we go up on the zipline?
People are dying left and right. We just kill everyone. Bro, what is the fucking joke? These lobbies suck balls, bro. Cool. Cool.
Bunch of liars.
All right. I'm reporting it and saying I didn't have fun, so we get an even chiller lobby.
Real.
Oh, Stitcher 4.
See, this is why we should just kill. And I hate saying it. But it's true. Unbelievable. Worm knee.
I put hated it PvP experience.
Okay.
Honestly, I agree. But it's a problem though. You get half these people who are like, I'm friendly, I think. I'm friendly, I think. And then like you got these rats who are just waiting for everyone to say that, and then they just cause mayhem.
True. True.
So you can't win. There's simply no winning. You have to just go in and just
True.
kill.
How far is Lockgate?
20 minutes. And we need to be getting
Alright.
snitch scanners. Let's do one more Stella to get out of her system, and then we'll go get stitches. Or
Okay.
Snitches or whatever.
Stitches.
You go full load up balls to the
snitches.
wall and Stella? No, because then I lose everything and I get pissed because I have too much stuff that I
True.
lost. We're down bad right now.
We're down so bad. Hi, Eb.
Lock
you
gate
don't.
though will be good with the snitches.
Freedom.
I was doing Stella yesterday though with a volcano and a bobcat, and we were fucking popping off. I think me, Saint, and ADL and John Cheetos. I think I had the same bobcat for like a few hours. It was awesome.
Wow. We're getting wrecked, Eb, but we can make it through. I believe.
We got a kettle again. 29 minutes. Is this medical? Yeah, medical. Okay. What do you want to do? You want to do PvP or goof around?
Well, the thing is, I don't mind doing both, but sometimes we just have to like prepare to fight because we have no choice.
Yeah.
Like I would love to goof, but I think we have to stay strapped.
Yep, you're right. Okay, shot a guy, lost. Now they know that it's game on.
Oh, I want nuggets so bad.
I just got a deadline blueprint. What the fuck?
What the hell?
Do you have a deadline blueprint?
I don't know. Where are you?
Over here.
Oh, garlic bread could heal my ailments.
Bread?
Garlic
bread
bread
could heal your ailments?
Garlic bread specifically.
Oh, garlic bread. Yep.
I'm gonna be jumped on
Very
by this
different
tick.
from bread. What'd you say? Oh, skill.
Sorry.
Moving over here, looting up here, getting the ammo.
The
Other
things
skills
I
listed
would
as
do
well.
for garlic bread, specifically Domino's, because
You guys have Domino's where you're at?
oh yeah, it's so good. Because their garlic bread is really like garlicky, obviously, but like juicy.
Yeah.
None of that stingy
Also, just
bread.
all their slices are good. Stingy bread's funny.
I don't want no stingy bread. I think
Are
someone's
you
near
near
me
me?
and I'm scared. I'm here.
Here.
Is that you near me?
No.
Oh, I just got pink items. We gotta go.
Just got pink eye?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, say something? There's definitely a guy in this room.
Yoo-hoo! Talk about a rough day at work, am I right, fellas? Where are you? I'm scared.
Over here in the sewers.
People are dying.
Oh. Oh, was there no one in here? Ah, they're above me for sure. I'm breaching. You okay?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, we have incredibly good comms. We should just go.
Marco!
Polo! Polo! Ooh. We should go, Chris. We have enough. We have that good.
Was that you shooting?
Yeah.
I think there's guys back here. Door! I'm gonna see.
We should
You
go,
guys
I'm
are
scared.
saying, hey, don't shoot. But they just definitely killed someone.
Chris, come to me.
Why? I'm right near you.
Oh, I'm scared.
What? Are there guys near you? I'm right here.
Okay. Sorry.
Hello?
Hi, I'm just scared. My bad.
You're good.
I just keep getting loot. Alright, we should go.
Alright.
Did you loot this area?
Yeah, everyone's looting.
Oh, someone's shooting me. Someone's shooting me.
Okay. Mark him if you can.
Raider, over there.
Hit him.
There's two of them.
Yeah. Fuck, I knew it.
Hit him for the head.
Fuck, these shots aren't hitting. Hit one in there. They're running. I think they're being shot as well.
Are they?
We should head. Where's the local? Where's the thing?
The only way to leave is the fucking stupid ass snow area.
They seem close to me. I'm scared. Where are you?
No? I'm here.
Oh, you're behind. Yeah. Okay. We should go keep
You see
looting.
where they
I know. One person's still in there. One's across the hall here.
Oh, someone's got a lot of damage. Is that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Like you hurt someone?
Yeah, I hurt someone in the corridor.
Where it's marked?
Yeah. And there's someone in the room.
I'm gonna go in here real quick.
Be careful, they're above you. There's one in this room.
Yep. Good comms. I don't have. Oh wait, let me open this thing up real quick. You have eyes on him?
I haven't seen them. They keep popping in and out. Oh, yep, they're still in here.
I hear him running around above me.
Ah, damn.
Okay.
They
A
might
fake
start.
flare would be so good right now.
They're still in there. They're both in there now.
Okay. If one of them starts moving over to you, I have a I think one's pushing you.
I can't see. I don't want to be pushed over Farrah.
If I can get an angle on them, they're in trouble.
You should come to me, maybe somehow.
I know the way is that I can't.
I know.
But I have like an angle on you, so if they start to push, I can shoot them from behind, and then you can finish them off. But like if I were to push you to you right now, they would just kill me because I'm right below them.
Well, someone just died.
Someone just died.
How do they get that shot and I don't? We're on American service.
Maybe.
Okay, they're looting the other guy in the hallway now. What the fuck? Oh my god. Damn, I have no,
Kill them.
Yeah, and there's someone in this room.
Yep, someone's over here. Oh. Ah, motherfucker. That's okay. Charging.
Damn. I can't peek, but they're in that room. Do I have anything that can help me?
Someone breaching.
I should have just gone. They're in that room.
What's
still.
gonna crawl to?
Oh no, Chris, I can't get to you.
Got one.
Nice. Heal up.
Oh wait, let me kill both of them.
Hey, I'm friendly. I got shot at by people. If you want to say friendly. If you can hear me, I don't know.
Where do you think you're going, brother?
There's another team approaching. Can we be friends, please? Please! I didn't do anything! Oh, people are being losers. Oh, fuck's sake. Another team.
They just killed you for no reason?
Yeah, no mics. Damn, I had so much good loot. Well, good loot, sellable loot. Nothing really I need.
Trying to loot this guy, but these fucking dudes are gonna get me.
Are these American? I don't know. I haven't heard people talk.
I got a showstopper. Blueprint's crazy, actually.
Yeah. Or maybe Sunday. Yeah, everyone's home on Sundays. True.
I'm gonna try leaving.
I
Fuck.
should have just left. I hate when I'm greedy. I just had heaps of like rare stuff. I should have just left and sold it. And I kept looting. Goodness me. Thank you for the sub. Girls.
Put your ass away,
You sexy
What's up, Christy, by the way? Good to see you, dude.
69.
Tiny Carl's just subscribed. Fucking finally, ye. How we going to celebrate you, sexy bitch?
And I've been saying that.
Okay.
How are you?
Carla, if I get out, I get a fucking showstopper blueprint, which is huge.
Yeah,
For
are you
prize.
home? You must be home, right? How are you? That's huge. Thanks, Pookie.
Anvil 4, the compensator.
You're home? Yippee! How's it feel to be home? How's Merly? Merly! Do you have an automatic feeder for Merl? Yeah, 69 is huge. What the hell?
I could have went back to like kill the guys who got you, but I feel like this blueprint is worth it.
Nah, it was a new team.
Yeah.
I was saying to
Plus
them
my
before they
luck.
came in, I was like, hey, like, I'm friendly. People
Yeah,
just
I
been
heard
shooting.
you saying you were friendly too. People
And
are
they
just
just came in
weirdos.
and they were like sliding and rolling. I'm like, dude, I'm not going. You don't need to slide. I'm here. Trying to do a trick shot on me. I'm like, okay. I am the automatic feeder. Wait, Nick, great emote.
Oh, I made it out. Wait, I also got the deadline blueprint too. That's crazy.
How are you,
I got
Dom?
both.
We got both of you in here at the same time.
Good for us.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great.
Jar Jar Twinks was in my game. Oh, good. That was a pretty good free loadout. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was.
You sound like me the last hour.
When's bloody... When's Lockgate?
Let me see. Deadline Blueprint, I'll sell one of them. Showstopper, y'all learn and consume it.
When's
Lockgate is
Lockgate?
in 7 minutes.
Oh.
Let's go Buried City with some kit, like some slots, and get as many fucking snitches as we can, so we can lock in with Saint.
As many snitches.
Yeah, we need to get more snitch scanners or whatever they're called.
Okay.
Great, gosh, she's over it.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. She hates it.
No, I'm just keen to get some points, and then it'll all be worth it.
10 to 15 total will be ideal. Okay, I have one.
Do I? I wish
What's
there
a
was a
spotter
search
relay?
category. What does it look like? Surely I have some. Can you describe
I'm gonna
what
bring
they
us
look
kettle. Whatever. Wait, what'd you say?
What does a snitch scanner look like? I surely have some.
It's a big blue and black fucking hog. Personally, it's like a stupid ass fucking cylinder, dude. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's a huge fucking stupid thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a choice. Guys, huge hog alert.
No, like when you see it, you'll be like, oh, that's stupid, and that makes sense also.
Okay. Oh my god, Carl's thanks. It's all I could do today.
Ooh, let's go, Mare.
honestly. I was like, girl.
It's called what?
My
is it?
hair was being a fuck, so I just had to. I just had to.
Also, yo, Blaine, congrats, dude. You hear Blaine quit his job?
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Yeah!
First day, full time.
Oh my god, we've been waiting for this day.
That's what they all say.
Oh my god. Huge.
Very exciting. Can we get some my guys in chat, some W's in chat for Blaine quitting his goddamn job?
Yeah.
The meme is done. It's real.
It's real now.
Okay, let's go to
Alright, last one before.
I'm gonna bring a zip line in. Let's do Buried City. Just go to the roof, get a bunch of fucking snitches, and then we leave with a fucking hatch key. I'll bring a hatch key in.
To kill a big fucking pig man.
And
Hi,
then
Alex, as well.
We're good. Thoughts?
I agree. Also, my guy.
And bringing a hatch in, then we're gonna get the fuck
What do I
out
have
of
to do
here.
this week? Oh, a lot. I should go to the gym tonight. Are there any
Okay.
classes tonight?
Oh wait, I gotta repair my shield real quick. I'm cringed.
Let me see.
Okay. Going in. Bye.
Monday. Oh. Maybe. Okay. Hopefully we can get some points when Saint joins. Otherwise I might be demoted. But I don't want to be demoted. I can't handle a demotion. Please. Well, I used to be Lukey, and now I'm a little bit shy, but one of my good friends is teaching the class. So, if anything, that should be... It'll be easier for me to go to the group. Because he's teaching it. So, maybe I just swallow my fears and go, because it's like, I know him. It would be chill. I should just do it, you know? Thanks, Tammy. Yeah, I used to go like to classes all the time. I should go again.
Okay,
Because it's
I'm back.
included
I'm here.
in the
I'm here.
membership. May as well.
Let's go to the roof of hospital and
bad
get all these
biddy.
snitches and get the fuck out. Thoughts?
I agree.
Ooh, no, wait, do that again. That's crazy. All right.
Okay.
Enough's enough.
Sorry.
No, that was cool.
Whoa!
Oh, yeah, yeah, sure.
Oh.
Yeah, no worries.
They didn't see us.
Trying to get a fucking Rocketeer the whole time. Never, don't see it.
Wait, but
one
what's
time.
this? Oh. Can you shoot it to make it come to you?
I don't want to.
Oh, it's doing it automatically.
I'm getting shot by something else, actually. Oh! I shot it for you.
Thank you.
Shot it for you! Oh, good.
I'm running. Oh, shit. Missed me. What an idiot. Oh, fuck.
Get him.
Yippee!
Bro's making too much sound.
Me?
No, no, no. That thing is.
Oh, okay.
Alright, here we go. I'm ziplining to the top of this.
Okay. Lock in.
Because we can't. We're gonna do locked gate and get a bunch of trials going.
True.
After this, but is that a snitch right there?
Where's the zip line?
Yes.
How'd you get up there so quick? Oh, got it.
Zip line, brother.
Never mind. Yeah, that emote is so good. I feel like no one is using it, which is even better.
Which emote?
Woo!
The one that you're using?
Yeah.
They're talking about one of your. This area reminds you of the cute little band, dude, right? Oh, I think the snitch flew away.
What?
How's this thing still alive? Yeah, right, buddy.
Alright, where's a snitcher? Surely I can see one. What the hell? It's still alive?
How's that?
Oh,
how's
it's
that thing
getting
still
me
breathing?
too. What the fuck? I'm gonna need some help. Wow.
You got it.
Thanks.
Oh, there's two. That's why.
Okay.
There was two things on you there.
Where's Oh, is that a snitcher?
Looking for
snitcher. Sorry. Is that a
Right click them or
wasp?
mouse them real quick, and
No.
you'll get like.
Is it a bird? No. I can't see any.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
No, it's a snitcher.
It's a fucking snitcher. I did get an SAR. That's right.
Damn. Hello.
Those are people.
Do you have a low grenade or something? Ooh.
I have a showstopper and a heavy fuse grenade.
I can't see any. Spotter.
Spotters are cool. What's this?
Damn. There's nothing. Oh, it's been 5 hours? Holy shit. Time flies.
Yeah, 5 more too. That's crazy.
Wow.
Happy February 2nd, guys.
Yippee!
I'm officially in Japan in 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. I'm gonna have like 7 hours to wait before you guys arrive.
Take a nap.
No, I can't get into the Airbnb, so I'll just walk around and wait.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Nah.
And then I can hold a sign up at the airport. Japan is this month, I know.
Think I can hit this thing
Time
with
flies like an arrow, but fruit flies like a banana. That's a good one.
Oh, it's attacking someone.
The hell?
Hold on.
Yeah, it's in 30 minutes, Morgan. Pretty much. Terrified. I'm so not going. Yeah, no, I keep remembering
Another wasp.
word 2. I'm like,
Where the
oh, I
fucking
have
snitches
time,
at,
I have
man?
time, and then I'm like, including this stream, I have like 7 streams left before I go.
A lot of stuff happening over here. Oh, there's one right there.
Where?
The way I'm just fucking shooting at anything I
know.
see. I don't even care if it's a person.
I know.
Just to get some shots in. You what up, Phoebo?
I know. It's around the corner.
Oh. You're muted. Did you kill that guy?
No, but I did shoot at him.
Oh.
Freedom real.
Is that a Torrente?
Who's there? Is that someone?
You hear that? It's like
Yeah.
someone with a huge fucking machine gun. Phoebo, thanks for the resub, brother. Did you shoot that or did somebody shoot that?
Someone shot that.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what happens here. Interesting play. I have a showstopper.
He's coming up to us. What?
Why? What the hell?
Is someone shooting at it? Where are they? Is someone here?
I don't know.
Those shots were really close.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a person or like a turret. You know?
The hell? It sounded like someone was shooting really close. What the heck?
I think it's bugged. It's not doing anything. Oh, shit.
There's a snitch over here.
I'll get it.
Missing all my shots.
Huge. Oh, I'm in trouble. No worries.
Great.
What's up, Hemmings? How you doing, dude?
Uh-oh.
This guy's on our cake. Get in, get in, get in, get in. I have a,
Okay, the snitch again is on the thing.
Yeah, that I was hitting it for a ton and it wasn't getting angry at me. You got a snitch scanner, you said?
Yeah, it's on the. It's out there. I have to grab it.
Oh, wait, where's
Yeah,
that?
stinky for sure. I won't go too far. I don't really have a choice but to wait for my friends, so I'll probably like just stay pretty close to the airport. And then if I want to go back into arrivals, go back in. But they arrive at 2 and I arrive at like 6, so I'll probably see if I can grab some food.
Oh,
imagine if there's enough Wi-Fi somewhere for me just to do a little just chatting. That would be fun. I doubt it, but imagine.
That would be fun.
Yeah, sorry.
Nah, you're unmuted in game.
My bad. Hanita, I think, if I'm saying that right. Sorry.
But I wanted to hear what you were talking about, so I didn't say anything.
Well, I was thinking because, like, I'm arriving so early that depending if there's, like, a place with good Wi-Fi near me, and it's, like, obviously I'm not too loud, maybe just do a little just chatting if there's a Wi-Fi around.
Could be a vibe, but also it might be a lot.
I know, but I've got so much time to spare and I can't sleep.
Why not?
Because the Airbnb doesn't let us check in until, like, late.
Do you have any, like, lounges with your cards? Because you can go to a lounge.
I don't think so. But I'll check it out.
Oh, yeah, that worked out really well for me.
Did you pick up the thing?
No, I didn't yet. But my showstopper got me and not him, which is awesome. This guy's almost dead. I'm not gonna have any ammo left though. Watch out, it's gonna slap you.
Uh-oh. I'm not flying with Qantas, no. Qantas was
This guy's one
even
shot,
more
brother.
expensive.
Oh yeah!
That's
He's on
cool, you can
fire.
buy a pass though.
Help!
I'm literally out of ammo. Oh no.
Shit! Oh yeah, right! Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Can you crawl to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna crawl to you.
Alright, I have no ammo. What the hell? I don't know what to do.
People are gonna rush us now, dude.
Try and.
He's one shot. Oh.
Is there anything I have that I can?
Yeah, they're coming up. They're coming up. Great, Carla. Really good.
Oh, I don't have any ammo.
This is a fucking shit show.
Boys, do you want to help me kill this thing?
They're getting killed by. I'm crawling on you. You better have a defib.
I don't.
Oh, great.
Just crawling. Just
I'm right
crawling.
here.
Just crawling. Don't shield.
So
Don't.
stupid.
Oh. We have nothing. Go on, kill me. Oh, yep. Big man. Yep. Go on. Yep. Grenade. Nice. Sick. Yep. I have no ammo, so come kill me. Enjoy. Perfect. Thank you so much. Amazing.
Round feedback. Hated it. Submit your answer. PvP experience.
Great.
Okay.
All right. So the thingy will be open.
Lock gates open. Let's see here.
Ooh, that's so nice, Fury. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I can put my thing in a baggage locker. I might do some.
I mean, to be fair, I'm doing the same shit. If someone dies to
I'll
a
do some
Rocketeer
investigating and
the
see what's
flare goes
near.
off, I'm going up there and doing the same thing. Like, I'm not gonna blame those guys for that. It sucks though, because we're on the receiving end of it, but it is what it is, you know. What can you do?
Processor.
What can you do? Let's see here. What's up, Zeke?
Yeah, it's been rough tonight.
Saint, are you ready now?
Deal with raiders one-on-one.
We might not have enough
You're always
stuff
welcome
yet,
to swing
but
by and-
I have 2 snitch scanners.
It's okay because
I can make some wolf packs probably.
we're gonna have some whimsy right now.
I don't have any explosive compounds. Shit.
Can I help you?
I think I can make.
Thanks.
You like 8 or 9? I think I can make 2 maybe. One. I
Have
can
we
make
been
one
on
wolf pack.
America?
Carla-
Maybe switch to Australia because people are at work. Most people.
Okay, we could try. We could try that.
See if it makes any difference.
I'm gonna add Saint here. Switch to Oceania.
What has processors?
Well, I think I can make a ton of wolf packs actually. Excuse me. Let's see
This
here.
one? Ooh, that's fun.
Okay, I made a few.
Oh, Mickey, I want him to see that techno guy so bad. He's so cool. Oh.
Let's see.
Damn.
Hole cracker. I might bring in a fucking crazy build. That's a little bit.
Bringing a crazy build?
Yeah, for like arcs as well as PvP if that ends up happening.
Ooh.
So Bobcat and Hole Cracker for like a little bit of both.
Topside techno. I gotta introduce you to that guy.
Who the hell is that?
He just spawns into Aussie servers and he just plays techno. It's really fun.
Topside Techno. That's what they're calling it these days.
I know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. He just vibes. Are you gonna bring the bobcat? Do I bring a bobcat too?
If you want, I'm bringing a few.
Oh no. This is gonna suck. We really have to not die.
We get to stick together and we have to not die. We have to bring in ammo and a defense.
Okay, bobcat, you think?
I'll bring a Bobcat in, but if I lose, that's fine. I have a million of them.
Flex.
I once treated someone for overthinking.
Not even a flex.
True story.
So what are we doing? We're doing the... We're doing trials with Saint. I mean that, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So we're spawning snitches in, getting a bunch of wasps at once. and then we throw a wolf pack up, and then it kills all of them at once. It's awesome. And we're just gonna do that over and over again.
Okay.
And then we can also stay on and just take out like rocketeers and other things and just farm and just hope that
harvesting
no
as
one kills
well.
us. Yeah. The problem is if we get too greedy, we'll get killed and lose everything, and then I'll probably end for the night. You know what I mean?
No, don't do that.
Well, that's why we have to make sure we don't get too greedy.
Wait, so harvesting a plant's greedy?
No. Harvesting a plant after having like 10,000 in something completely unrelated,
Oh,
and then
like
getting
keep
killed
going?
for it is not worth it.
Oh, no. I just mean if you see one as we're walking past.
Yeah,
we
if you
should
see one, grab it for sure.
Yeah.
But I feel like we have to have a focus. We can't just be like, we'll do this and we'll do that. We'll do this. We'll do that. Like we should probably lock in on one thing. That way we can maximize.
I'll bring some seeker grenades.
Secret grenades are smart. Good night, Mayor, by the way. Have a good one. We'll see you later, dude. Yeah, maximize our joint slay, exactly.
Okay. Alright, I think we're good.
Let's see. Medical lab, let me get some of these going.
Alright. Is that enough ammo? I think so. Okay. Alright, we're locking
I only
in.
have one hole cracker. I can make another one. Mechanical heavy parts. Hold on.
Mechanical?
One more of those. Oh wait, no, I have 55 seeds. I could. do some
55
shit here.
hamburgers, 55...
Fries.
Now I feel like fries.
Have a fry.
I don't have a fry. I would love nuggets. For Arcaroonies.
Did I not buy the fucking? Hold on.
Just an ordinary girl.
Is my game bugged? Did I not just buy all those fucking metal parts? Huh?
Here, take it.
Where'd all those metal parts go, bro?
Uh-oh.
I bought chemicals, bro. Kill me. I could recycle.
Nuggets for lunch. I could.
So what are we doing?
That's crazy.
I knew you were gonna say that though. I called it out of my ass.
I didn't say it.
I know, but you were going to. So what are we? What are we doing? Explained it already.
So, you know how I had fraud on my card? He's laughing.
Okay.
They juiced me.
Bringing in some of these.
Because I usually
Buy some of
transfer.
this.
I usually transfer as I buy. And I got hit. Had to cancel my
I'm
card.
gonna have nothing.
Alec Vanny
I
just
do have some
subscribed.
cash.
Carl's
So
party.
I can go get nuggets from the shops
Are you bringing
later.
wolf packs?
But I'm waiting for. I want to get my money back. I have to do like a fraud claim, which is what I used to work in, so I know that I'll be able to get my
Are you
money
bringing
back.
wolf packs?
But, do you want me to bring in a wolf pack? I'm bringing in seeker grenades.
Those are fine, and then bring in hole crackers if you have one for your gun against the arcs, and then bring in a bobcat or whatever you want for.
A hole cracker. What does that look like again?
It's pink. It's good against.
Oh, I was doing anvil for the arcs.
Oh, anvil's good. You can bring anvil. That's fine.
I can
I'm probably
do...
doing overkill here. I'm just trying to get damage.
I tried
Okay, I'll bring a hole cracker, but I'll probably lose it all.
Took me a week to find anything after.
No, we're on your server, so you'll be fine. People are kind here.
No, that's okay, Cammy.
Let me reinvite Saint again.
That's why I felt so bad, because I've been going through it anyway, and it's my bad.
Okay.
I was kind of just like, oh no, maybe that was me, but
I'm gonna add him to our call here.
I need to
think we
get
already
my
have a group
money
chat with
back.
him, right?
So yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm already fighting with Amazon because I sent some gift cards out that haven't been received, and now I am without cash. So If you are waiting for something, it's not on purpose, and I'm really sorry, but I'll send them out. I'll send everything out before Japan, I promise. And I'm aware of it, and I'm sorry. I'm just kind of unlucky at the moment. Alec, thank you for 25.
Wolf packs that you're bringing in?
Oh my
bringing 3
god,
in.
how are you?
Okay, all right, that should be good.
And then
Oh,
Carla's
please.
bringing in seeker grenades.
Okay.
Yes.
Should she bring any wolf packs in as well?
Let me see if I can.
No, you're probably okay.
You sure?
Yeah, because I think depending on how many snitch scanners we have, we probably don't need more than like 2 or 3.
True.
I'm bringing in 2 snitch scanners. Hold on.
Okay,
I'll be right back 1 sec while you explain what the exact plan is, and then we'll lock it.
Okay. So, I actually saw this method on TikTok, funny enough.
Ooh.
But so you get these snitch scanners and you throw them on the ground, and they shoot like the beam into the sky that calls in like the wasps and the hornets.
Yeah.
So you just farm like a ton of them, and you go in to the match with them all in your inventory in your backpack.
Yeah.
And you just throw them all at the same time, so they all spawn in right at the same time in the same spot. So there's like 20 flying around in the sky above you, but then you just throw a wolf pack or 2, and it just kills them all like immediately. So like you're in no danger.
Oh wow. So how many
And you
do
just
we
instantly
have?
get all those points for the. Well, so Chris said he has 2, and I'm bringing in 10, so we have 12 at the moment.
Oh my god.
Which, it would be nice to maybe have like 15, but we could maybe try and get like a couple in the match before we do it.
True.
So
True.
it
You're
depends
right,
on the
you're
on the vibe.
Okay.
If we feel like the lobby's weird, we can just do it straight away and try and get it over with.
True. Yeah. Oh, we need this. Alec, thank you so much again. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I'm shaking in my boards. Yeah, no, I was stressing out at first, Kemi, because obviously like my birthday weekend coming up, then I have Japan, prizes, like it's the worst time for it to happen. But I'm also just trying to zen out because there's no point making myself stress even more than I already am. Like I'm already a stress head. It's kind of like, well,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Don't make any strange movements by the sleep.
Mark my Dudlick.
Fuck it.
We're doing this.
I'm zenning out.
Take good care of that.
We are going to be on Oceania servers, by the way, Sane.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're testing if it's like less sweaty since people mostly are at school and work.
Yeah, for sure.
And if I'm wrong, then
I think
whoopsies.
the first 3 or 4 games were on Oceania, and we still got killed a lot. So I think it just might be our lobbies. Like our MMR.
Yeah, exactly,
All
Kemi.
right, let me
Exactly.
see. I think I'm good.
Exactly.
We just found a Tempest blueprint. Is that good? That stinks. I'll take it. No worries.
Mum was also hit recently too. She got her money back though, which is amazing. And the team that I
Let's
used
see
to
how Vance
work in,
doing.
they're pretty quick turnaround.
Check
so
in on him.
crossing my fingies.
Oh, he's in the freezer.
Lock in. Thanks, Mickey. Honestly, I feel pretty positive right now, which is good for me.
All right, how's it been going, Anthony? Let me know when we're in.
I'll take it.
All right, 1 sec. I'm almost ready.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
nice. Yeah. For now, you know what I also have to do? I have to
I would
not
lose my mind
focus on
playing this
Japan,
fuck-ass game.
and I have to focus first on my birthday. I think too far ahead sometimes. So I'm just going to lock in on doing what I can this week to prepare for my birthday weekend. And then when I'm back, then I prepare for Japan. I'm just going to stay in my bubble, one thing at a time.
No
Because I'm
shot,
such a
Bucky boy.
planner. I'm such a planner. Which is not a bad thing.
Look, Chris, I was telling Carla, I don't know if we want
But,
to try this
you know.
wasp thing like right away directly, because if you're bringing in 2, I'm bringing in 10, so we have 12 total. The last time we did this, we had like 10 or 11, and we only got 5k points. So maybe we should like try and get a couple more before we try, or if the lobby's weird, we could just do it right away. I don't know. It's your guys' call.
I'm gonna shake some ass first.
If we see a couple snitches like early on, we could just try and get them quick.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I gotta shake some ass.
Like,
It's so crazy though
save
that
it for a sec. I
I
just feel
don't
like
know what's happening this weekend. It's such a
trying
I
to
have
see as
like
many
an
points we can get. It
idea,
would be cool.
but it's all a surprise.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like I'm going into, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going into, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun not having,
We'll see though. We'll see what the vibe is.
not knowing. Hi Puffin, we're still going. Yes, it's true. It is true. How did you know? What's the time? 4:30. Damn, I started late though. I wonder, should I start early tomorrow or the next day? Because I have friend slot. Friend slot means I could start later. What's better for mum? Maybe Wednesday better. Maybe Wednesday's better for friend slot. Since we have a late lobby anyway. It's been good. It's been very sweaty, Puffin. I'm still having fun. The
I feel
boy
like
is
this kind of
surprisingly
game,
stinky.
if you have like
Yeah.
a few bad runs in a row, like a few runs.
I can't wait to
bring a
tell you
lot-
all
like
about
if I had
it
like
when I know.
let's say 50k plus runs in a row where I had like really valuable loot every time and I lost it like a bunch in a row, I can see myself going, that's probably enough for now.
Fair.
It's like one of those like get off
Yeah.
while you're ahead vibes.
It is very demoralizing sometimes.
We got this.
Because otherwise you could do the thing where you keep going, you keep losing more, and you get more upset. Where it's like, enough's probably, we're good. That's why like the Stella free kits are always like a nice break in between.
True. You don't lose anything.
'Cause sometimes you can actually make money out with those, or it's just like get a little steam out and also not worry about how much money you have.
True.
Oh, there's a fucking snitch right there. It's like starting to fly in the sky.
It's flying up.
Yeah, it must have just put out like some of the wasps. And the
If imagine I lose all this right now.
Well, we don't. We simply go to an extract.
All right, yeah. Let's like keep towards the. Let's not run like towards the middle of the map where there's probably gonna be mad action going.
Yeah,
on.
no, we chill.
Yeah.
Dude,
Chris,
I
how many wolf packs did you say you brought in?
I have 3. Doing the snitchers or whatever on like an extract is actually a really smart play, because
Yeah.
then you can just leave.
True.
Wow.
This one's not open though.
We started 10 minutes late too, so we could look for.
Well, people are dying over there.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. You're right.
We can start grabbing these things. Just for shits, in case we want to try, but.
True, we can.
Okay, so is that a snitch in front of us?
Where?
Got the raider cache right in
A
front.
bunch of stuff,
No, that's
Well,
a hornet and a
hornet.
wasp.
which is good. So we need to get wasp, right, for stuff?
Yeah, for the trophy case thing, you need wasp and hornet drivers.
Collapsed highway. Nice. Dang.
It's juicy. It's alright. 5 of each driver, yeah.
Oh, there's a snitch. Come over to us. Come over to us.
How many do we have? Yeah.
Damn it, it's calling shit.
Well, maybe I should breach this and get things to come over to me.
That's a strat.
Harvesting some.
All these cars fucking
plants.
beeping and shit. Come on.
Some plants.
Oh, putting the guns in your backpack, people will less likely go after you. That's kind of smart, actually. One had a pink stock, that blows ass. Rip. Are you trying to get those snitches over there?
Yeah, but they're not like coming over to me.
Might be on,
What
there might
the
be on other
hell?
guys too.
Yeah, they might be.
Maybe I won't.
All guns are rentals,
All kinds of rentals are crazy.
and all people are
True.
friends.
Oh.
Yeah, other people are killing the snitches too.
I think everyone has the same goddamn strat.
Yeah.
Yep, damage snitch scanner. People are doing the same shit, brother. They're all over. These are all snitches, bro. Snitch, snitch.
Should we just send what we have?
We could do that, or I don't know. Is it maybe like we could get out and reset and get like a new lobby, or we can just do it. It doesn't. It's whatever. We have 12, I think.
12 scanners?
Yes.
Yeah, we should
Where's that
probably
one
go.
over there? Oh, Hornet, no.
Did anyone loot this one?
I spawned in. Did yours say it was late? Because mine said 29 minutes.
Yeah, that's late
Yeah.
because it's a 40-minute one.
Yeah, this is a 40-minute one.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Did you loot
Where's
this
that one
snitch
over
right here?
Yeah, there's nothing in it.
Oh, okay.
All right, where do we?
Do you want to go
We should
back
do this
to
near-
where?
Oh, what's this right here? We should do this near a seed vault, or not seed vault, like an extraction point, and not just willy-nilly because I don't want to loot
Yeah.
anything.
There was
we
one
can
back
head
where
up
we
towards
spawned.
that one. I think that one
Oh.
closed in the last like.
Oh
minute
wait,
or
you're
two.
right.
Oh, there's a snitch. Come on, are people doing the same thing as us? Come over to us.
How am I missing these shots? Oh my god. Those are all right on us. That's fucking stupid.
All right, we should just go, right?
Yeah, let's maybe just head up towards this.
Okay.
Because I think I killed a snitch, but somebody else might loot it before we get to it.
I need
have a
help. I
damage
can't kill this thing.
snitch scanner. No. Where?
On me.
I'm on my way. Oh, people here. No, please don't shoot. Please don't shoot me. Please, please, I'm a good guy. I'm just trying to find snitches. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We gotta go. I barely escaped
Yeah.
death.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Oh my god. Sorry, Chris. I went to get you and then I got shot.
Yeah, it's just the ping was like I was not hitting my whole crackers on the guy at all.
We can
It was, like, going
switch to
through
your
the fucking
server.
thing.
Oh, here's a.
There's a snitch over here. Nice. Can't believe they spared me. Oops. Okay.
Where did the thing go down here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's right there.
Rocketeer on the way.
Ooh. Let's leave. I can't believe
Hornet.
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 Yeah, I'm thinking we leave and reset.
Yeah.
Like not even like no bother. Well, we already have
We have
800 damage to.
True. Yeah, or we could do it.
We just do it right at this fucking.
True. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's scope out the scene and see if there's.
There's a
There is
rocketeer
also
there.
a rocketeer right here, which probably isn't gonna bode well for.
Yeah.
Should we do it like
do it.
near it?
Well,
We could just wait to see if that goes away.
Should
yeah,
I
we
just?
Need that to go away.
How
No,
about
no,
I
no, no,
just
we need it to
distract
go away.
them?
No. You need to be here with us.
Okay.
It for sure needs to go away because the wolf packs will get caught up with
Yeah.
going towards that.
Yeah, which would be bad.
Okay, I think it's going. That's nice.
There's a dead body in here.
What's this? Wasp. I'm gonna kill this wasp.
Okay.
Like, how's that miss? Like, I'm actually genuinely shocked that these are missing. It has to be like right up its fucking 1-2. That's crazy.
Okay, I'm here. Do you want to call it?
No, not yet.
All right.
that?
A snitch,
snitch,
but
okay.
somebody's gonna kill it before it gets to us. Bro, everybody's doing the same thing.
Yep. I mean, it's smart.
Oh, okay.
All right. Should we throw a few?
Yeah.
The
If we
fall
want,
is wild.
do we want to do it now? We should call
Me in
it and then.
2017. Yeah, here we go. I'm throwing
All right.
a bunch.
All right.
Wait, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Also, have your, because believe it or not, I'm a dummy and I didn't bring in my wolf packs, so we only have your 3.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I have dropped my
She also has
secret
those things
grenades.
too. All right, start throwing them all.
Okay.
Start throwing your things.
Now?
No. Wait.
Just tell me when to throw
All
them.
right,
Tell me when.
Start throwing it. Start throwing them.
Oh my god.
Cool. Now start shooting everything you can.
There's some more stuff leftovers. There's leftovers.
Okay,
There's
we
more
can
snitch
leave or we
scanners
can
just on the ground.
Oh,
Just
there's
pick up
some
all the
snitch
shit.
scan-
Pick it all.
there's-
Yeah, pick it all up. Pick it all up.
There's extra stuff.
Yeah, pick up stuff and throw more shit if we have to.
Wait, yeah, we actually could do that.
I could wait. I have
Just
another
keep
one.
doing shit.
Because I just picked up 3
I have
more.
2.
That was a really good strat. Snitches?
Yeah, I'm throwing 3 more. Do you have any more
I
wolf
don't-
packs?
No, I don't.
I have a whole
Okay,
cracker.
well we can just shoot at him, and
A
if
whole cracker's good.
if we're in danger, we can just leave.
We're saying that's gonna close on you. And you're gonna
No, it's
leave.
not. We got a minute 30 left. It won't close
Okay.
for a minute 30.
Oh, I'm missing my shot.
1, 2.
Focus on the wasps. The hornets won't help
Yep.
us.
Any more?
Any other
I threw
scanners?
3. Is that?
I
do they help?
Any more scanners to
threw
throw?
2. Yeah,
Snitch
one
scanner,
here.
there's
One
one.
in driver.
I think that's.
Alright, I'm throwing more.
Throw more.
Oh, there's more here. What the
Oh
hell?
wait, you know what it is? They're not working. We're throwing them and they're just like hitting the ground and not doing anything.
Oh, here. There's 5.
There must be like a timer on how many you can do in a
Should I
certain
try
time.
or should we just save it? Should I put him down?
Or the whole
Carla,
lobby.
you throw
There's
them.
probably
Have
too
you-
many fucking.
On the
Have you
ground?
been throwing
On the
any,
ground?
Carla?
No.
Yeah, snitch scanners.
Oh,
just
no,
throw
no,
them.
no, no.
Oh,
Get
get
it,
out,
get it,
get out,
get
get
it,
out, get out, get out.
No. Yo, at least try to get me, please.
Okay. I'm getting shot. Let me heal. Hold.
Bro, let me leave, guys. Come on, let
We
me
are
leave,
so
please. That might be it for me. I'm not even.
Bro,
lying.
that's... Man,
That's probably
you
it for
guys
me.
are really lame. Really lame.
GG's.
What the hell?
Thank you guys
that-
for the games tonight. Appreciate it. I'm actually done. That's it.
Yeah, that's so,
That's,
like...
I lost so much shit. That's like not worth it. I'm out. GG's. That's just fucking ass balls shit. I'm out.
Fair.
And that was Australian servers, so they fucking suck also. GG's.
Fair.
Have a good one, guys. I'll see you.
Alright, we'll be seeing you.
Later. Peace.
I think either way, someone would have been a fuck. Oh no. Oh. Ooh. Damn, we would have had 7K. Ooh. That is pretty shitty though. It is pretty shitty just to... I don't know. It is pretty rough. That's really rough. Especially because we just brought a kid in to try and get like trials. It was cool to see the scanners working, but that was rough. Ooh. Hmm. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe we should have had someone like calling it. Ooh. Maybe I can try plants with a free loadout. Damn, that sucks. I think it's even worse. I mean, we knew that was a risk going in bringing stuff for it. Because we've been getting slammed on US servers. So it's like, alright, let's try Aussie. And I feel like either way today, no matter what, I feel like it's just a bad ARC day. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes we do, like, it's kind of rough because sometimes trios and duos are fine. Like, not, I mean, here's the thing. We do trios together a lot. And, yeah, it's never that bad. Today is just a different vibe entirely. But I guess we've had bad ARC days as well, so it's probably just one of those days. Yeah. I guess I'll just try and get some plants. If I die, I die. Yeah, it's curious because I feel like we haven't been that ratty today. We've been pretty pretty good. I think it's just been a day because we've been doing the feedback as well. But I feel like we've had nicer people when we've been rats, you know? Because we've been pretty well behaved today. Yeah, for sure. Someone in Chris's chat said solos reset the lobbies. Oh, okay. Honestly, it's probably just, it's such a mixed bag. I could try. Gotta go over here for.
Let's move to that location.
I'll see if I can get any bonus plants. Although, well, people are already leaving. Oh boy. Yeah, it's just crazy. Cause like I've had days where, you know, I am the nicest person ever, and the day before I'm the nicest person ever. And then I'll load into some solos at night and I'm getting absolutely destroyed and like it's all like so I definitely think things like I think it works sometimes, then other times I just think you're put into whatever lobby they have, you know? Tsushima, hello. How are you? I'm obviously I'm disappointed, but I'm not I'm not as angry as I think because I expected that to happen, to be honest, which I know is not really positive, but I kind of had a feeling that would happen. Someone being mean? Okay. That seems fun. Yeah, it's what happens, like, very different, but it's kind of what happens with DBD and other games like that. sometimes I might be matched with someone who's brand new because there's literally no one else to join. And you're just like, and then DB just goes, there you go. You're like, oh shoot, okay.
Got a wasp up there.
Jeez. I should try the solo and squad lobbies just for a laugh to see what I get. Obviously I will get killed instantly, but it might be funny to see. A body? The hell? Oop. A body, my favorite. Oh no. I don't have any ammo? Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Is someone else shooting me, or is that just two arcs? I felt like there was someone else. Probably not. Probably just arcs. With my favorite weapon, the Pharaoh. I might just GG out of this one. I have too many arcs on me. Oh my god. And that'll do me. Little tired and dizzy, but it's not 7 AM. Oh my god. Never shoot first, but I was only once in a friendly lobby, even in solo. Yeah. I just can't believe, I mean, today in general, I'm surprised Chris has lasted as long as he did, to be honest. And I mean that, like, as one of my best friends, like, he could have noped out hours ago. Yeah, I hope you feel better, by the way, Shushima. I was feeling a bit dizzy today as well. I agree with you. God, I haven't played Fortnite in so long. What was I trying to do locate for? I feel like I can't. I feel like it's possible to get. Maybe I just try another free for the plant. Although it sucks, the guns suck, but much better sprout. It's still kind of like looming, but it's doable. It was really awful before. I thought I had to end like super early. So yeah, I'll take it. I'll take a better day for sure. Or a better moment. It's okay. I'll be able to. I'll have a big juicy sleep tonight. What could I do tonight to help me for the weekend? I guess I could start packing like way ahead of time. I also have to move my inspection. Oopsies. Oh, I'm sleeping so good tonight. I feel it. I can't believe it's already 5 though, if we can talk about that. Okay. I think I'm close-ish, so I'll just go there. And we'll just try and get some stuff. Well, plans might be a bit different tomorrow. I think I'll still do trials. Potentially. I was going to do it with the boys, but he'll either need a longer break or he'll be fine tomorrow. We can do them. Hi, Floral. How are you, Jim? Digging. Oh, wait. Yeah. All I need is, I've been told, swimmers, something to wear out, so I guess I don't need that much. Just do loads of laundry. Hi, Amanda. How are you doing? Hello. I'm glad we did bite night at least today. That was silly. I knew Vamp wasn't the killer. I knew it. Oh, I think there's some. Freedom. They've been rough today, Amanda, but you know what? It is what it is. But they've definitely been rough. Having a toasty and a coffee. Oh, yeah.
Snitch.
Look, we have a snitch. I should just do a bunch of free loadouts later. Did someone else just get that? Hello? Oh, everyone's here. The hell? Yeah, it's really ratty today. You're not wrong. It's very ratty. Honestly, I can't believe how ratty it was today. Definitely one of those days. I'll go over here. Well, there's some. That's fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's one of those days. We'll have a better day tomorrow, you watch. We'll get all the whimsy. We get too much whimsy. Do you hear someone? That's why, honestly, they should add that the fruit allows you to get some of those points, because if someone like if I have to interact like this, I'm harvesting, you know? Because if someone kills me, it's like, well, like it's not going to be easy to get because people will kill. Yeah, Monday. Hello.
Hello.
Aw.
Be careful, someone was shooting from up there, so I'll start running away.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, see, people are ratty. Oh, going to be Monday. Okay, there's some. This feels risky. Aw, naughty, that's cute as. I've met some of the nicest people on this game. Oop, there's another guy.
There.
Dim. Harvest plants. I think we can beat it. Should keep our eyes peeled. There's one there. Yeah, true. Oop. Some people are definitely fighting. Well, what's happening? Nothing to see here. Just taking some clippings. Ooh. Oh, Amanda, yeah. Hello? Don't mind me, just harvesting. Three. We still have back there too. Oh, someone help me. What a goat. I don't feel safe. Oop. Everywhere I run feels like a trap. Ooh. There's always some around. Oh, around here. But whether or not I'm going to be killed is a different story. They'll just see me try to climb this wall and feel bad for me. There's always some in the middle, inside the chapel or whatever. Oh, I see some over here. There's so many mines. Holy shit. Oh.
Hey there.
Hi. Just getting some plants. I'll be careful of those mines. Oh, he's getting... Those mines are eating him. Everyone goes full time. What was that, moss? No. Hmm. Okay. What a world that would be. What a bloody world. One more raid, or should I get some food? Both at the same time. I really would like some food too. Yum. What the hell? Who died over here? Oh no, it was an ark? Oh. Was someone ratting? Get some yums. Well, I nearly hit 6 hours. That's good. Oh, there's some up here. Nice. This is probably my shortest stream this week, which is good. Both at the same time. Do you hear that ruffling? I think it's me. But it sounds like someone else. That's scary. Back to back. Back to back. Guys, I'm going crazy. The audio's so good sometimes. It's too good and I feel like people are chasing me. No one's chasing me. I don't know what I'm going to eat tonight, but I know I'm going to eat good. And it's already nearly 5. Oh my god. They're going. I don't want to fight. I just want plants. Butt to butt. What should I eat tonight? I guess I could go... I just gotta get something with cash. I could get... ingredients to make a burger? I don't know what I feel like. Something not bread and cheese. I know. I should have more than bread and cheese. Someone keeps dying. Oh my god. Okay. I need to get more plants. Pasta and cheese. Wait. I think I'll make a burger. Or some chicken. I want it all. Also, where are these plants? Oh, there's 2 over there. Amazing. Yes. I really shouldn't be doing this because it's not going to get me that much. I might... Oh, wait. When are the... the trials will be over soon, right? 1. Oh, shit. I think they're ending after this game. I think they've reset. Oh, I don't think I can... Oh, freedom. Oh, I love quesadillas. Oh my god. What are you doing to me? Not me absolutely melting at the thought of that. Oh. A quesadilla could heal me. Burger, quesadilla, or a chicken baguette. All three. Oh, there's a plant. All 3 at the same time. Bread and cheese would sustain us. That's what I'm saying. Sustain. Sorry. I've been saying that. Cheeseburger quesadilla. Wait, we fuse it all together. Thoughts. Wait, Drunk, have you actually? It's so good. Yeah, you do get some stinkies, but it's honestly like, I would say from all the games I played on stream, I would say 85% of my games are fine, which is pretty high when you factor in an online game. Like, that's pretty impressive. I have stinky days, but usually they're pretty good. I've met some really nice people. Not bad, honestly. It's so good. It's all I can think about. I'm addicted. But yeah, today's been one of those stinky days, so my brain's a bit mush, but I'll see if I can even out my lobbies today. Get some birds later. But I'm glad it's got you too now. Yay. I do need that snitch scanner. I wonder what the trials are going to be. I don't think I can get enough. What do I need to get? 3, 6, 9, 12. I need like 5 more. But I don't think I can find them. Yes, so much to learn. And the best part is you can play exactly how you want to play. So for example, I didn't do trials for weeks. Hello. But now... Hi. Oh, I hear myself.
How are you? I got you something.
Wait, do you have this? Oh, thank you. Should we just give each other the same thing? That'd be funny.
No. Let's go home.
See. What a cutie. Oh, I'll show you, drunk. I will show you. Hold that thought. I can never not also make the wee sound that Chris does to the alarm. Okay, let me show you. Okay, so weekly they're about to reset, actually. Yeah, no, drunk. I mean, truly, like, that's what I want to, like, scrappy, upgrading workshops, upgrading weapons, all that jazz. But also, holds, there are trials, and you don't have to do them. I choose to because you get free items for doing so. So you go to Raider trial. So this refreshes for a week and 57 minutes. So I'm also going to be... Oh. I might get demoted, actually. I might... Maybe I'll try a wasp challenge before. I'll try one more. So basically, you have these trials. Hold. It's like Fortnite trials. Fortnite quests, if you think of it like that. But there are ranks. So you rank up to unlock more things. These are the leaderboards. So a lot of people are quite sweaty. But you're aiming to get a promotion. I usually get in the double promotion area. But this week is rough. So I might be demoted. And these 5 quests will be different every week. So you're trying to get as many points as you can to get rank points. But you don't have to do them. It's completely optional. I didn't do it for the first month and a half of playing, I think. And then I started to be addicted to playing it because it resets every Monday night. And I started to get really hooked on it because it's just... Like, if you get 3 stars, you get free... free stuff. You get free items. So this one I don't think I can do. I wish I could have done that. This I don't think... I mean, Stella is here. Night Raid. But I don't think we can beat it. But I say fuck it. I say screw it. Let's go in and see if we can beat 11,000. But I don't think so. But let's give it a crack. Fuck it. Hatch key out. Yeah. I just wish there was more bastions. We simply try. We simply go in. And we try. We simply try. We land. We go in the seed vault. We can get a couple of ticks there. Oh, I'm getting more ducks later on tonight. Don't you worry. I'm so excited. Alright, let's go. Let's try. How are you, Leah, by the way? Sorry. I know, Leah. So sweaty. Oh my god. One of my feats is to do damage to a raid I haven't done it yet. Oh no. It will reset around... Oh, at 7, by the way. My time. So in 2 hours, there's Bird City. Drunk. And you look at the chimneys and you get fun little ducks that are worth a lot of money. So that's happening at 7 my time. But they will reset in like an hour and a half. So you will have new trials to do. Good night, Split. Thank you so much. Or Spilt, sorry. I've been calling you Split all this time. Sorry, Spilt. Have a nice night. I play for a bit now. Yeah, I definitely will have a break soon. And I'll have dinner. And then I will be jumping on later for Bird City to try and get some ducks. Okay, we spawned in the best location. However, someone might be doing what we're doing. No, they're not. Okay. So let's see if we can have some nice guys. We'll get the battery and get some ticks. And just try. Yeah. Trials are just so fun. But strats... But you're right. Sometimes... Ooh. Oh another one? What the hell? Oh, you have more maps to discover. How exciting. Where are they? Oh. What the hell? How many? Are the turrets randomized? Jeez. My god. Jeez, I've never seen so many in here. Or maybe night raid it is. Fuck off, fuck off. Okay. Sorry. So aggressive. Okay. Hello? Oh wait, I could grab those. Anywho. 2, 3 stars and something? You're not bad, first of all. Second, of all, I've got some points so far, but someone's gonna take all the fireballs. I still have faith. Let's hear someone. Excuse me. This has been the most turrets I've ever had. I'm not even kidding. Usually there's 2, I swear. There's 2. Ooh, naughty, smart. I should do that myself. There's 2 usually, not this many. What the hell? Okay. Any more ticks? That's not bad. We got 2k just from ticks alone. Now we just gotta hope to find balls. But people have been here, so probably not good. Maybe I'll go this. Oh, actually, let's go this way. There's usually heaps in archives. And hope that people just haven't been killing them. Ooh. Me getting distracted. As per. Yoo-hoo! I come in peace. I'm just trying to get some fireballs. Me getting distracted. That's literally... How did you find a drawing of me? Oh, this is not good. Guys, I'm not going... Deserved. I didn't know where it was. What the hell? Someone's gotten all the ticks. That's good. 3k. Oh, wow. What the hell? Oh. Oh, oh. Nice. Okay, huge. Oh, I hear. Oh my god, someone died. Oh, they dead. I guess I'll breach and search. Yeah, it hid behind me. What the hell? Yeah. Okay. Let's go up. Death is imminent. I don't feel good about this, but let's try. Oh, these have all been killed. Be good if it spawns. Yoo-hoo!
There's a horse mine blueprint in here if you don't want it.
I don't know. I think they're friendly, but some shit's happened as well.
Let's head home at the lobby metro.
Ooh, mechanical parts I needed those.
Yeah, true. Maybe they were the mean ones.
Or did you just find one too?
What's that?
Did you just find a Wolfpack blueprint?
Yeah, that was me earlier, yeah.
So did I.
Oh, well, I don't need another one.
Yeah, it's random as fuck.
Well, who wants an affiliate blueprint? I'll find out. Too.
Oh, I don't have that one. It is cool.
Oh, there's someone up there too. Oh, wow. I'm surrounded. They seem chill. I don't think I'm getting what I want with balls.
Lake Titty.
Oh my god, Meg, you scared the shit out of me. That's the one I already looted, right? Yeah.
Hi, Tatas.
Megaroni7 just
I
resubbed
still
for
don't
22
trust.
months.
Hakuna.
My god. No, don't say sorry. You did nothing wrong. I'm just a pussy. How are you, doll? Thank you so much for 22. Don't apologize for me being a little puss, doll. You're perfect. You know how I get. Oh, I need that actually. We always find blueprints in these. How are you though? Thank you. Sorry. Getting distracted. Getting bloody distracted. Maybe not. There's one more here. Ooh, a dartboard. To be honest, we can do that. We can do that. We can do that. Let's breach it. I feel like I am playing with fire. Not leaving. But I'm curious. Oh, I'm loving Arcdol. I'm obsessed. Oh. Yeah, like, I like what I have here. Oh. They're fighting. Well, not fighting, but they're doing their thing. I guess I could always come back in. Ooh. Miss. Miss. Uh oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Is that a sleeping wasp? No, that's a dead wasp. Okay. I do have that. How much do I have? Oh. That's been looted. Go back over here. Talk to me. Talk to me. What do we have? Maybe we should just go and come back in unless these have respawned. The ball's in here. Oh god, I want all of this so bad. Some has respawned, that's good. Five. Oh, here another one. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm gonna keep finding good stuff and I can't fit it all in. What a problem to have. What a problem. Oh, ducky. I gotta take it. Oop. Greg. We can't keep gambling. Not the L. L. Oop. Okay, someone's in here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta go. Although... Oh no. I mean, I don't really have anything crazy. It would be good for money. What's to be a blueprint in this box that I shouldn't open? Kidding. Okay. The hell? Alright, what do we do? That man didn't seem too toxic, but he said it was the first person he killed. So I think he will kill again. The sea vault is closed. Here's a taste, exactly. Unless I wait for him to come through this door. I'm joking.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Can I go through downstairs? I think I can. Do I have anything? That's not gonna do anything. Yeah. It scared it. But what can I throw at it? I can lure it. Oh, great. Oh, great. Not good. Okay, surely no one wants to kill me right now. Surely everything's okay. I'm running. I'm scared. Okay. I may as well loot while I'm here. Am I getting distracted? Yes. Do I think it'll be worth it? Maybe not. Thank you for the lurks, guys. Sorry the gambling's not going too well, but you're winners in my eyes. This has been a scary Stella run. Hold the train! Oh, that's okay. I'll grab the next one. Alright, I didn't get what I wanted to get done, which I was getting there. Slowly. you know what? I got a new blueprint, and we have money. Sometimes money is what I need in this game because I've lost so much. We'll take it. We'll take it on night raid. Although I won't celebrate too early. Kayla, my god! I hope you're well. Yeah, not dying on Stellar Night Raid is crazy. Watch this. Oh, I can't. Damn it. I want to do my... Ooh! Okay, it's fine. Okay. Yeah! We take those. We take those. We bloody take those. Oh my god. Alright. Let me sell. No, not sell. Let me learn and consume. Let me sell these. We needed that. We truly needed that. Look at us go. Oh, 6.5 hours. Wow. Oh, 5:30. Shoot. Okay. Interesting. Alright, what do we have here before I go? You know what'd be cool? It'd be cool if we got... It'd be cool if we got fossilized lightning or whatever it's called, but are they... How rare are they? ×2 as well, although we're almost... Let me see. I could try and get wasps, but it might just be easier just to be like, alright. I'm not ranking up. I did a bunch of money runs the other day, it paid off. Yeah, honestly, sometimes that's all I want to do. That's when you get rats, I think I'm more upset when I'm trying to loot and I get a rat than when I have a full kit. Because just let me loot in peace. You're hurting my feelings. You know? Party invites, what? Yeah. I think it's harder. If that makes sense. Okay, what do? Do I call it? Well, I do want to play Ark tomorrow, to be honest. Maybe I call it and I go have dins. It's 5:30. Maybe I start my night. Is it hot outside? I don't want to go, but I guess I could save my arcing for tomorrow. What are we doing? Oh, it's not hot at all. Beautiful. Ew, it's gonna be hot Thursday, Friday. Ugh. God damn it. Yeah, so I will keep you updated in the Discord. I'm thinking about seeing Mum really early in the morning and then starting around 7:30 p.m. Eastern latest. And then just going about my day, or I'll see Mum Wednesday before friend slot. I'll talk to her and plan it. That's okay, Dill. You know what? Surprisingly, I feel pretty zen about it. I had moments today where I was like, that's really fucking annoying, but overall, you know, it happens. I don't want to get, like, it's so valid to be upset for sure, but I also don't want to give those rats my energy, you know? They don't deserve me. I will get them back. No, we'll do more Ark tomorrow. I still had fun. I think my mindset's pretty good at the moment, so I'm just gonna ride the positive wave. But you know what? It's still valid to be angry as well. So if you got angry today at Ark or any game, that's cool. Get it out. Take a break. But I'm feeling pretty good today. So, yeah. Guys, thank you for today. I appreciate you. I actually don't want to go, but I'm feeling really, like, weak. I need some food. If I want to jump on later, I'll jump on later. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. And then we can get this party going. We can keep this party going, you know? You're off tomorrow! Tammy, yay! You deserve that. Yeah. I will skedaddle, but guys, I adore you. Thank you so much again for all the subbies, all the throne stuff. Lurking, chatting. If you're new here, thank you so much for hanging. I will see you for for the next 4 days, which is really cool. This is my last week before Japan. What the fuck? So I'm trying to stream as much as I can because I'm gonna miss you. I'll get some nuggets. I'll get some food.
Dipsy.
Oh.
1 hour. I'll see you later, brother.
What the hell?
Get some sleep.
Why did Chris start talking? Oh my god. He's in my head. Where is he? Chris? Chris? Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta! You're the best.